I just want to say, before we get started and all that, I'm really, really upset at myself that I'm feeling all of this after all the support that I received a few days ago. This is. You guys are trying your best to support me, and you deserve to see me better than this, and I'm so upset at myself. I know I sound irrational. Just give me a bit to fully compose myself before we officially start this thing. I'm just letting you guys know right now that I'm probably gonna be silent for some times and then explode with emotion at other times. I don't know if the mic can pick up my size or whatnot. I feel awful. I feel awful that after all that support, both financially and emotionally, a few days, I still end up breaking down like this. Thank you,
Yeah.
Lane.
We ended on a high note, so that's good.
I'm sorry I had to pull you away.
Huggles. Oh shit. Like I'm heard that in your voice. I'm like, oh no, it's worse than I thought.
I wasn't lying when I said I'm definitely having a breakdown. First off, I'm really glad your interview went well.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that really gets to me the most is some people think that just because you grow up not having to worry about finances that means you're going to be perfectly okay. That isn't the truth. Or otherwise I wouldn't have had like 15 years of self-loathing and wishing I was something I can't say on Twitch. I'm better now. Those thoughts are gone, but there's still after effects. And again, I feel so bad that I'm feeling this way after all the support that happened a few days ago. I wish I didn't have held myself back. I wish I would have let my emotions be fully on display during that stream. Yeah, I wish I could have real life hugs right now too.
I'd
I
be
just
hugging you so tightly right now.
say what?
I'd be hugging you so tightly right now.
I'd probably be crying into your arms. Feel bad for Emmy too. They always say I'm always asleep during this time when stuff like this happens. Thank you, Roxas. One of the things that I always have a mask on, and I think I would have broke down anyway, but some of those comments on the previous video I guess did get to me a little because I don't think they understand what it's like to constantly have a mask on that you are one way and you don't know if that mask slips off. You don't know if your family ever finds out that you're not Christian, if they'll take away everything for you. If they'll take away your ability to stream, if they'll take away you being allowed on the internet. You don't know if they'll try to take you to some stupid Christian convert therapy thing. There's a word for that, Lane. What is it called?
Uh, that's just conversion therapy. Yeah.
Yeah, conversion therapy. I've had that mask on for base For basically ever since I realized I don't think the way they do. It's so exhausting. And it's even worse because it would be easier if I just outright hated them, but I don't. Part of me wishes I do, but for the sake of my sanity, but I don't. I do genuinely love them. I just hate how they try to control me.
And now even I'm tearing up.
And I've tried. I've tried to work in society. I've gone over this before. But I'm always slower than everyone else. I even remember I had some kind of medical exam before I started working when I was like 16, and they basically diagnosed you to automatically think a little slower than everyone else. I tried working at Walmart, I've tried working at so many other places. But my slowness and my bad memory is always what ends up getting me fired. And I don't think I even went into, you know how I get when I'm emotional, it hits my stomach and I have to use the restroom. Yeah, employers don't like that. My family even knows this, and they they always told me on an interview to never mention that I have like restroom problems. That it can just happen. I guess I'll ask you, Lane, is that something I should have mentioned, or is it best to hide that
It's
during the
kind of a tough thing.
yeah.
It's kind of a tough thing to really like do for that. Yeah. I just I figured that this mostly stemmed from those random comments on the first video.
They didn't get to me as much, but I was already having a swirl of emotions. I just don't think people. The easiest way to describe my life, and I think you would agree, is basically almost growing up isolated inside like a castle in a way. Sure, you're well tended for, you're never gonna like die or something. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm trying to. Basically, a sheltered princess who doesn't know much of the world. It's like they don't have to worry about finances. They hear about it and they're basically raised to act and behave a certain way or they're shamed. And that princess hears how people far less financially well off are, they're having emotional support and understanding from family that you're not getting. I know people like to, well, insensitive people like to dunk on the fact that I've brought up the whole Christmas present thing, but for me, it was never just about that. It was. I don't know how to say it, but when I heard that one of my very, very poor friends, they received like a car or something from like their grandma or something. And I was just absolutely shocked because I'm just like, how can you afford that with your living situation? And then I found out that like the grandma or such for them had saved up for like 4 months in order to get that for my friend. And I was just devastated. I was just like, I thought to myself, people much worse off can do that, but my own family that is much better, well off, they're not rich, they're upper middle class. The poor can do that. The poor can do that for God. I hate saying it that way. It makes it sound degrading. People that are worse financially can sacrifice far more of their overall percentage to make someone happy, but my family cares that little about my own happiness on like birthdays or Christmas kind of broke me when I realized that, dude. Does that make sense, Lane?
It's like you feel like that people who are less fortunate like have a more genuine sense of what someone will need.
Emotionally and such,
Yeah.
yeah.
It sucks because like part of me wants to say like I can't even really say that because I'd say I'd come from a middle class family too, but you know starkly that my parents and your parents are vastly different.
I know you have a few issues with your family, but that's just it. A little bit of
Yeah.
issues. Your family basically loves you unconditionally, and
And to this day, they've been supporting me in my whole job hunt.
yeah. To be fair, my family did that too, but that was primarily because that's what they wanted me to do back then. If I'm doing what they want me to do, I have their support, but when I'm doing something they don't exactly like, they don't always show the best support. I will admit there was one or two comments that did kind of get to me because it's just like, oh, this is pathetic. You look like a beggar or such, and I'm just like, what do you expect me to do when I've literally tried other avenues in life? I literally went out of my way to study for basically, I forget, it was somewhere between 2 to 4 months trying to become a medical assistant for a doctor. But again, I was too slow to keep up. Had to type in appointments and had to do it quickly. Not only was it incredibly mundane and boring, but I had to do it again quickly. And I honestly don't care if people consider me a beggar because at least what I'm doing is helping me to one day escape this madness. Let me put it this way: while I am here, I am financially stable. I can basically do whatever I want with no consequence. I would sacrifice all that if it meant I could. I would sacrifice that, come live with you, even knowing that meant that things would be far more financially tight. And I would go through difficulties I've never gone through before just to escape here. Just so I can move. That's another thing people don't understand. I don't know how many do, but imagine living with your parents for over 25 years. Trying to be vague about my age, but you get the point. And especially knowing if you ever let the mask slip, your life will be utterly ruined.
Yeah, as someone who's lived with their parents for a long time, I can definitely get the first part, but it's the added emotional stress of the second part that really puts it into perspective. Like, I just, people definitely face different types of challenges. Some people put more weight on the monetary, while others still have their own emotional issues that they have to either find ways to deal with it or try to get away from it.
And some people have both. I'm more than aware there are definitely people that have it far, far worse than me. And that's
Hmm.
probably why I got comments like that.
That's one thing though, is that I never understood that where basically the assumption that you can't cry because there's other people that have it worse than you.
I've never agreed with that mentality. If I
It's like
did, if I did,
it
then I would have been an absolute dickhead in our own rant channel when people are screaming about their life, but I still try to understand.
we're not needing an oppression Olympics over here. Like it's not a contest to see who's worse off. People have their own struggles and like even if you don't understand one person's struggle, you can at least respect that it is a struggle to them.
Exactly. That's why I always take everyone seriously with their emotional issues.
Now, there is stuff of like how about handling those issues, like maybe they're not hitting it from a certain angle, or maybe in some cases like
You just handle it
they're
delicately, though. That's the thing.
yeah, it's like there are ways to definitely try and handle these things, but the main thing of all of that is never just assume that person is just bullshitting their own anxiety.
And even beyond male family issues, I said it earlier, but basically failing at nearly everything you try to do for most of your life is gonna have a major impact on your on how you view yourself. Imagine 18 plus years of feeling 18 plus years of being autistic. You don't even know you're autistic. So all you can do is just assume that you're not trying hard enough. You're being lazy. That you're just a that you just don't care enough even though it feels like you do. family definitely didn't help that when it came to me trying to help them with basically anything cleaning or just helping them around the house in general. I've gotten better at it the past few years, but many times I'd be accused of not listening, not trying hard enough. I really am just trying my hardest. It's just I'm sorry I'm slow, okay? Trying my hardest. It may not be the most reliable for tasks like that, but if you're like, for example, when I know like my family is like sick or such and it's not contagious, I will go out of my way to try to help them as much as I can. I'll be like, do you need like do you need me to grab you medicine? I actively check up on them, making sure they're okay. It's like might might not be the most physically or mentally reliable, but when it comes to heart, I at least feel I have that. I've said it many times. I'm not the brightest person, but I do very much pride myself on being sensitive towards others. I think that's one of my best traits. Hi, Noir. With more money, you get more resources and time to handle things. With less of it, you have less options. Wish I could say I relate, but I basically had to live like an adult under their parents, not because not because they're trapping me here or anything, but society ain't exactly kind to people like me, and I have to remain here until I can raise enough money to get out. And I am grateful for that they let me stay here. I know my previous thing makes it seem like, oh, I hate my family and such. It's like, no, I just hate their control over me. People look down struggling with affluence because they usually have the resources to fix those problems but come off as entitled. Not exactly sure what you meant there, Marsh.
I think Marshmallow's kind of got this backwards. The issue isn't that Don is poor and can't deal with their issues. It's that they're financially with their parents, they're stable, but their parents create such a hostile environment that Don feels like it's worse to be there than it is to just be out and or be out of there and maybe having less of what they have now.
I've saved up a lot of money over the years just so one day I could maybe get out of here. But and if I wanted to, I probably could potentially live on my own, but I don't think I would last more than, and I'm being generous here, 6 to 7 months.
Maybe gonna laugh at that one.
Say what?
Sorry. Hana top typed a long thing. Do you want me to read it to you?
Go ahead.
Don, I will say this once. You and I are similar, very similar in many ways, but I am not in the same situation as you. However, I know how much things can get stressful. You're a truly wonderful person who deserves to be happy. You have us, you have the world's kindest friend in Lane, and the best father figure in Noir, who does everything they can to help you out. And you have Emmy. And of course, I'm here. You're going to be all right.
Thank you, Anna. It's funny because I actually view Noir, depending on the time, as either a sister or mother figure. Sister, as in most of the time, but when it comes to support, won't lie, kind of wish my mom had the same mentality they do when it comes to trying to support someone. And I know what I'm about to say makes no sense, and I know people won't be mad, but I'm sorry that I feel this way after that last stream. Got so much financial support, and I don't know about you guys, but that is the financial support is one of my greatest motivators to remain positive, because I want you guys to see that what you're spending on does have a positive impact on me and helps me remain happy. I don't like showing a side like this, even though I feel logically I should more, because then I feel like I'm not rewarding what you guys are spending so much money on.
Sometimes you just have to keep moving. Lots of people have things they like growing up. The only thing you can do is push and fix what's needed.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with your emotions being felt like this. If you need to cry, we're ready for you to lean on us. That's what friends are for.
I
Yep,
know.
that's why I'm always here for you, buddy.
Thank you, Lane. Again, you guys just support me so much. I don't I don't want you to see me constantly sad. I don't want you to think that your money doesn't have an impact, because it does. It really does.
Means it's
Fuck,
not
I,
about the
I, I
money.
hate how that could easily be interpreted as something manipulative.
Who the fuck cares about that? It's not about the money right now. Right now, it's all about your emotional support. Regardless of how like people send or like send any of those donations to and like the feel good of having the money. What really is the issue is the current environment you are in with your parents versus everyone here showing their support.
I even feel bad that I feel that way towards my own parents. I feel like I shouldn't. Because they did raise me, they do love me, and I love them back. I feel like a terrible person for feeling this way towards my own family. Because it's not like they ever did like physical abuse or such. No, I don't count spankings as physical abuse when I was a kid. How do you live with but how do you live with someone knowing that they know they gave you 3 years worth of nightmares, and all they feel is, why are you still focusing on that? It happened a long time ago. And when I did try, I think it was a year or two ago, to bring that up and also tell them, while I'm not like pissed off at them for this, I do feel some level of resentment that they tried to raise me as a normal person when the signs were right there. I was not normal. I was autistic. And I know it's selfish, but my life could have been so much better if they had paid more attention to my mental health and got me checked out for my autism early on. It's not, for that specific instance, it's not hate I have towards it. It's a desire of what could have been, and that they did legitimately fail to value my mental health. And because of that, I had to wait till I was over 20 to find out I was autistic. Primarily, if I had found out, I probably wouldn't have had over 18 years of self loathing and wishing I was gone. I don't I don't think that way anymore. But as I said, that still leaves a heavy mental scar. Doesn't help that when I mentioned specifically that to my mother, the whole self loathing and wishing I was gone, she basically just said, "Why are you being so overly dramatic?" I can't remember if I had an emotional tone during the time, but I feel like if I did, I definitely would have been on a pained tone. Even though they feel the same pain as everyone else, they treat their position in life, something they have no control over, as no reason for them to be in pain. What do you what do you mean by that, Marsh?
Uh, what they said before. What I mean with my statement is that because Don is better off than most people, people see them airing their issues with scorn. Though they feel the same pain as everyone else, they treat their position in life, something they have no control over, as no reason for them to be in pain. Basically, people are saying, or like Marsh is saying, that people will view you as like, well, will view you with scorn because even though you have problems, again, they place a lot more weight on their own monetary state of things. A lot of people don't pay attention to mental health as much as they should. It's not your fault for how you feel. It's what Kendrick Neal says.
Yeah. Imagine imagine also knowing that you were this close to being forced into the Air Force against your will. And it was one random guy that basically told your family, no, they're not mentally well enough for this. They're not mentally there for something like this. It wasn't my own family that realized that, but a random person in the Air Force that I've never known that basically saved my life.
As someone who's been through the military procedures, I am very thankful for that person because knowing you, you would not have lasted.
I would have been discharged. I know that for a fact.
Unlike me, who at least got through basic and then had my few months where I still have my grace period of being able to get out while I can before it becomes a real issue. I My prediction is you probably wouldn't have gotten even through basic.
Most likely.
And that's not a dig at you. That's more of a concern for you.
Yeah, I know. Your family is supposed to be the one that knows you best. So how is it that some random guy knew my limits better than my own blood? In fairness, the guy was probably trained to understand mental stuff, and they weren't, but still. That's over 18 years of knowing me. They only care for. You're half correct in that. They have always valued. They have always valued how much you make more than personal happiness, which it's debatable on which side you agree with for something like that.
Or that's mostly society in general, not just specifically Don's parents.
Yeah. I still remember in high school though, um I either gifted something to a friend or they gifted something to me first. And my mother was confused saying like, "Why would you accept that gift? Now you have to do something in return." And I just remember thinking to myself, even if you're right, so what? On a on a funny note for a moment, it's funny how much they were obsessed with me being able to financially support myself, yet when I babysat the neighbors' kids, they actively went out of their way to be like, "Oh no, you don't need to pay them that much. They're happy to do it for less." And I'm like staring at them thinking, "What the fuck you saying? Shut up."
Negotiation skills, roll a fucking nat one.
It's no, it's because they're friends of like my parents and they're like, "Oh, you don't need to pay them that much." And I'm like thinking to myself, yeah, I'll take as much as they can give me. Hello. I don't think
Like
they
they,
real I don't think they realize if it wasn't for my friends online how much of a greedy bastard I could have ended up becoming with how they tried to raise me to think. At least that's how I view it. A what if version of me. Yeah, I try to be humble. Yeah, I'd have held the biggest grudge imaginable towards them if I was in your position. Well, yeah, I do have a grudge, but it's not only towards spite, but it's also a bitter reminder do not trust them, they could ruin your life. Just like that that time when I tried to tell them I was no longer Christian, and this is really mean to say, but I've thought it for years. I am I am glad they believed it, but how the fuck did they believe that the entire thing was just because someone was trying to trick me, that they thought it would be funny to trick someone to give up their faith? I'm glad they bought it. Do not get me wrong on that. But I don't have the words to describe how like I feel because it's just like maybe this is the way to describe it. They believe the dumbest shit as long as it supports what they think. Do you think that fits what I'm trying to say, Lane?
Oh, so the yeah, yeah, I can understand that. I was gonna say something a little bit worse, but
You can go ahead if you want
oh,
to.
so they're cultists.
I mean, they're evangelists, which is pretty close to cultists, so. Gosh, that. I know I talked about it last stream, but I've really hated constantly hearing how much they and the sermons they were always looking forward to the rapture. Fucking hated it. It's just like, isn't Christianity supposed to love everyone equally, and yet something like this makes it sound like we're chosen, we're better, and that when the rapture comes, which is when like hell on earth is supposed to happen and everything's gonna be hard for everyone. No, the ones that believe will escape it. Everyone else, they'll get fucked. Sorry if that's offensive to you at all, Lane.
Nah, considering considering this is based on how your parents and their community has seen it, I'm like, I'm not offended by like people being disgusted by that portrayal of the rapture.
If your parents were more draconian, I'd probably not be surprised if they tried to arrange marriage for your financial balance. Scary thing is, I can actually see them doing that if I grew up in a if if we were in a wealthier like bloodline tied family, I can absolutely see them doing that. And I feel bad even saying that. You know, this was something that I really wanted to mention during the last stream, but it slipped my mind. One thing that really separated me from my family, and this was as early as when I was like, I think I was like 13 or 14. There was a tornado that hit where uh, this one state was. And there were, I think there were reports of casualties on the news. I think. I don't quote me on that, but the main focus was my mom was primarily upset that a tornado hit the city because that's where their Republican candidate was supposed to speak. And I remember saying, people are injured, people are dead from this. And they're going, this is about like our future. And then I just snapped and yelling, people are dead. And that's where the conversation stopped. I will say, I can understand you still having thoughts like that, even if you keep them to yourself. But it just. That was so fucked up to say. Even young me understood that. Would you agree, Lane?
That is pretty messed up. Have some actual sympathy.
Yeah. And I I think that moment I just listed was when I really started to dislike politics. Because it can just consume your life. And when you feel you are right, sympathy be damned. Politics are not a place for people with feeling. You say that, but politics manipulates those feelings. But that's going into another topic.
Yeah, it's going more into politics, and we're trying to stay away from that.
Politics sucks. Oh yeah, we can absolutely agree with that.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to you don't have to apologize. I can understand that. Uh, tired.
No, honestly, that 6 hour nap that was supposed to be a 2 hour nap did help.
You underestimated how nervous you were for that interview, I think.
I underestimated the effects of napping even before, because I took a nap before I took a nap last night trying to be like, okay, if I slowly start resetting my sleep schedule, maybe I'll be able to make it through just a regular day. No, that is not how it worked. Uh,
Oh, what time did you say? Do you have training or do you officially start soon?
okay, so February 9th, I start on the morning shift for the first week, where they will train me on like how things work there, get me used to how some people do things, and also kind of gauge where I am. And then the following week, I will be moved to the second shift, which is my actual shift.
Is it so do you have like the night shift?
I do have the night shift. It'll be from 2:30 to 1 a.m.
I think
Typically
that
not as
means you get home a little earlier than you used to.
well, yeah. It's actually not it's not too far from my old work, actually. Like maybe like 3 minute like distance difference. But main thing is like I'll start earlier than I usually do, but I'll also get home earlier. Also, I work Monday through Thursday. So Monday night through Thursday
Uh,
nights.
will
I
that be enough money?
uh it should.
I just really hope you won't have to work double jobs.
Here's the thing. And this is also with a discussion with my parents. It is easier to look for a job when you have a job
True.
because you're at least not having to worry about like time crunches. You can kind of take your time because you have a job to help you right now, but you can always keep looking for a better job.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm kind of seeing this. Because honestly, the reason that this was a previous job that I turned down in November to go work for a delivery company. Uh,
I have to ask, did they have any type of equivalent of so back here are ya?
no,
Hmm.
no, these guys were chill. They actually reached out to me saying, "Hey, we see that your application's still up on the job site. Are you still looking for work?" And they were like pretty chill about it. It's like, yeah, you've been or you've interviewed with us before, so we just sat down. They talked about a few changes, like they upped the pay by about 75 cents an hour, uh, which is nice.
That really shows they
Uh,
want you. That's good.
well, the main reason I didn't take it last time, they don't have health benefits. They have like an HSA, but they don't have health insurance.
I'm. When was the last time you needed to use health insurance? I'm curious. If you're
Uh,
comfortable talking about it.
the thing is, I don't use my health insurance for like major things. It mostly covered the costs of like my eye or like, my eye care and such
Ah, okay.
because I have to order contacts.
That's right, you do. I'm still
So
I'm still surprised you chose contacts over glasses.
I got used to my contacts actually fairly young. I know like even young, it's like the thought of sticking a finger in your eye every day.
Yeah,
Get like
ugh.
people are nervous about that, but no, once you get used to it, like it becomes just a normal routine. It makes it easier to.
Once you get used to opening the door that leads to the scary monster, it's not so bad. That's how I
it,
view it, what you just said.
I mean that like is it Sully from Monsters Inc?
No, it's Mike
That,
Wazowski.
hey, that's even better. He's not scary at all.
As long as it's not what was his name?
Randall,
Mr.
Randall,
Waternoose.
Mr. Waternoose or Randall. And that was a good movie, like the first one, not the sequel.
Gosh, the two things that came from that. The meme of Mike's face always being covered, and I'll let 1,000. What was the quote exactly?
I'll kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die.
Roblox. I'm sorry. What?
Just
Okay.
immediate
Okay.
shot to Roblox.
While I'm on that, Twitch is actually promoting Roblox on their front page. Fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I after actually learning the depths of how horrible that was due to the top 10 fails list, uh holy shit.
Yeah. And the fact that Twitch was promoting it, being like, "Oh, we got Roblox content creators, and you get something if you watch them." And I'm just thinking, you really have no soul, do you? Not gonna lie, I almost made a post being like, "And I'm considering."
Oh no. Uh,
It is stuff like that sometimes makes me
I
be like, sometimes I wish I wasn't on Twitch so I didn't have to associate myself with that. But
Noir, can I tell Don what you just told me?
what?
Apparently, uh, it's kind of fitting because Noir apparently got a steal the brain rot Roblox ad when they clicked your stream.
Bruh, no! No, Twitch, what the fuck? Anyway, that's a clip. Oh, I'm again. I'm still upset at myself that I tried to restrain how I felt really last stream.
Well, that's kind of understandable, but even so, glad you're getting it out now.
Yeah, I'm getting it all out now. And chat disconnected. 1 second. Restream has those problems at times. There we go. Huh. Trauma and revelations of horror are what you get. That's the prize Twitch gives. Huh.
Rubs your back.
That always helps. I just really hope I will still continue to remain the type of person people will want to support both emotionally and financially. I know I said it on the previous video, and I think I might have said it on the previous stream, but I was really scared to release that first video because, again, could easily manipulate what I was saying to make it sound worse than it actually was. Those ex-friends, I'm sure Lane knows who I'm talking about. Those interactions I had with them when it came to money really kind of stuck in my mind. Made me scared of what happened to those that continue to support me as either financially or emotionally. Hope you do that more. Good to open up and express yourself. I can only do this because my family's away right now. There's no way I'd be able to say all this and risk them hearing. You know, I felt bad because my mother actually did call me and was just like, we miss you and such. Do you miss us? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like thinking in my head, no. I'm like, it's not that I like hate them or anything, but I'm just thinking in my head, you do realize how much I wish I could live either on my own or with others. Why would I not accept this? And Lane, I'm sure even if Lane, I'm sure if you were currently living with your family, if they were like away for like a week or such, you just be like, oh, I can say whatever I want around the house. Don't have to worry about don't have to worry about conversation that could go sour just because I said something, right?
I had moments like that where it's just like, cool, just have the house to myself.
Yeah,
Wasn't like
exactly.
a
It
wasn't
is
really
kind of
like a pressure release valve
yeah, it's a
in the same way, but
yeah, it's
no,
kind of
I
like
said it wasn't. I let me finish.
oh, sorry.
It's like, yeah, that happened every now and then, but it's not like I didn't have the same like issues that you do where it did feel like a pressure release valve. It's just like, cool, I can just take care of the house, not have to worry about my parents like having to be there. Cool.
Yeah, don't have to worry about Fox News being on constantly.
No, I didn't have to worry about that regardless.
God, I fucking envy you. I envy other people in general that don't have to deal with that. You have no idea what that does to your mind. Seriously, please watch something else. I like remember a random instance where my mom was like, "See, we're watching a movie. We're not watching Fox News." And I'm like thinking to myself, I am holding back saying, "Good, you're doing the bare minimum of what a human should be doing at this point." Or hell, read one of your many books. Just do something besides Fox News, I swear. Although I guess it could be worse than constant Fox News. Imagine if they were fans of a bunch of different football teams and were constantly watching every day and screaming. Yeah, okay, chat, do you think that is worse than the constant news thing? I'm trying to imagine it right now, and that actually sounds worse.
I've been a sports host, so I'm used to it. But that's because sometimes I'm on. Like if I'm on a call, I'm muted. I'm probably watching sports.
Uh,
Yeah. Nora, did you see the post I tagged you in the Sports General?
Yep.
Also, let me make it clear. I feel this way if someone religiously watches any news station. Period. Like, can understand if you turn it on for like 5 minutes just to check up on the news. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're watching like 4 hours a day, that's not good for you. Sports house is much better than a news house. If I wasn't autistic, I might agree with you because loud noises bother the hell out of me. If I wasn't sensitive to loud noises, I would say that that what I have is better than constantly screaming about football all day. It's all bad. I agree. Don't trust any of them. Make your own judgments.
All bad. Do your own research. Make your own judgments. And don't let other people feel like you have to be pressured in order to speak your own thoughts.
Yeah. I will say, one thing I do not like on Twitter specifically, while I don't encourage that it's a good idea to drop a political opinion, I don't feel that you should get attacked for it either. Being vague here, but I'm kind of alluding to something Rev said to someone else. And I'm just like, why are you, quote, retweeting them, mocking them for saying their political opinion? It's their opinion. You can disagree with something and you don't have to be an absolute jackass at the same time.
See, Don, that's where you're wrong because this is modern day politics. And if you don't think like I do, then that means you're wrong and you deserve to be shamed.
And I think speak for both of us that it doesn't matter what side you're on. It's insufferable to see it from both sides.
Yeah. My main thing is basically when it comes to like VTuber politics, the one thing I really hate is when people try to strong arm other VTubers into quote unquote falling in line. Like either speak
I fucking hate that.
Yeah, the recent rise and stuff like that where people I saw one tweet of someone saying, I'm making a list of people who aren't speaking up about our current situation. And I'm like,
what the fuck?
Do these people not have streams of their own to do? Like, you claim to be a VTuber, and yet you're going out of your way, taking out your own time, making a list of other VTubers that just aren't saying things, or just doing their own things. Go play Satisfactory or whatever. Play Enfield.
It's not even just VTubers. They want everyone to pick a side. No, they want you to pick their side.
No, that's the thing though. It's kind of like celebrity culture in the same vein.
Kind of is, yeah.
Like people always like fall over whether or not a celebrity endorses or disowns shit. And it's basically just trying to control the general area of VTubing. And it's like, if we can get all these content creators that people follow on our side, then we can be the influence.
I will say, I do think I wouldn't advise it's a good idea to post a strong political opinion. But if you do it once or twice, I still don't think you should be attacked.
Yeah.
You
I
do
don't
it
think you should.
constantly, and my sympathy for the haters you're getting starts to go down a bit.
uh, there, there is one thing that, despite what other people might think of, I do agree. If you're a VTuber that is gaming and suddenly you are very outspoken on politics, uh, don't be surprised when people start giving a heavy backlash and you start alienating your fan base.
Exactly. That's another reason that you really shouldn't be talking politics all the time. You're alienating people. Or in a more sensible world, you could talk politics and people wouldn't take it as a personal attack.
Yeah, I'm just
Why
there's
do I
the
look so sad? Because I kind of had an
emotional breakdown.
breakdown at the very start of the stream.
Yeah, you still got the tears in your eyes.
Oh, right. I should probably change that.
Yeah. I didn't want to go too far down into the political stuff. I just needed to get my own outrage about that. It's like, let people do what they want. Just do what you do. Don't try to arm people into voicing political opinions. Just essentially shut up and play your games.
Yeah. I hate that people think if you vote for someone that you automatically agree with everything they say. Like, no, I voted for someone, but I don't agree with everything. Boy, if that ain't the truth.
Yeah.
Politics
But
is dumb, but in a sensible world, it would be okay to discuss it. But again, everyone takes it as a personal attack. They take it too far.
yeah, it's like differences in opinions are good. The issue is whether or not people are willing to have a conversation to iron things out, or just want to beat people over the head with their opinions.
Exactly. It's the lesser of two evil scenarios. You don't have to like it. Humanity evolves because opinions clashed. Yeah, we do
Yeah,
have a
I
lot of
think
wars because of opinions clashing, don't we? That's kind of fucked up when you think about it.
opinions, resources, that kind of stuff.
This is why aliens avoid us. I genuinely believe that if aliens are real, they look at what we're doing on our planet and are just like, what the fuck is wrong with them?
That is one thing I always thought is like, if it's like, what gives us the assumption that an alien race would be far more along the technological lines than we are?
Maybe because they're not blinded by ego and they're built different, quite literally.
Well, how do we know that?
Well, if they are able to see us, for one, they're automatically more advanced than we are, because,
Well, no, that's my thing is like, the reason I believe aliens actually do exist, but well, they can exist out there as organisms on another planet that can sustain life, is because I don't think or I have the assumption that, well, even if we can grow at different rates, like they still might not just be, they might be as technologically advanced as we are.
it could be. And this is being technical here, but we're talking like aliens on like that create like their own civilization, because you could technically argue there's these microorganisms or such, like the equivalent of like an alien dog that just does things like a dog does, but looks different. That's not the type of alien we're talking about. Talking like the Covenant? Kinda. Kinda. Jor-El would have probably chosen another planet to send his son if a smarter world had a yellow sun. Hope I didn't overstep
Superman.
anything with my comment just now. I think I
No,
missed
it's a political comment. You don't have to read it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Unfortunately, that is actually going into details, and we're avoiding that.
Yeah. I was hoping that you just were ignoring that.
I didn't see it. So many people are commenting.
But yeah, that previous one was a Superman reference.
Yeah, I know.
The thing about Jor-El, yeah.
Honestly, I used to not like Superman that much, but I feel like you appreciate him more as an adult because his story is basically a god trying to live among men and relate to them and feel the same things they go through, and I like that. It's interesting.
If I remember, I don't remember who quoted it. I'm going to like, for some reason it's wanting me to say this is something I remember the Nostalgia Critic saying, but I'm hoping I'm wrong on that one. But he said, but someone said, if Marvel movies are about men becoming gods, or if Marvel comics are about men becoming gods, then DC comics are about gods walking among men.
So we include Batman in that, right? Because he's just he ain't no mere mortal.
I mean, Marvel has Thor, so there's exceptions to the rule.
True.
But like in a general sense,
completely unrelated, but I will say from what I've heard of, Darkseid terrifies me infinitely more than Thanos by a long shot.
Batman is Batman. That man somehow works every moment of the day. Man does not sleep. Yep.
There's nothing mere about that mortal. I'm glad you had the Batman crossover reference there. I still love the look on Superman's face when Batman first meets him, throws him over the table, and he just has a look of utter bewilderment. Like, did he seriously just do that?
Look at the image I sent you guys in DMs.
Sure.
Yep.
I mean, Escoffier is basically female, like
Gordon
Ramsay.
Ramsay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I still haven't done her story quest. When I do, I am dragging Lane along for that because I've heard so much how she is basically Gordon Ramsay.
If you watched her trailer, like her actual trailers, yeah, you can see Gordon Ramsay references.
I actually do. I do remember watching the trailer actually.
And the fact is, Gordon Ramsay saw her character and he approved of it.
That makes it even better. Honestly, Gordon Ramsay is like probably one of my most respected like celebrities out there because he is constantly in the grind, but he's only an asshole towards cooking. From what I've heard.
Like, he goes out of his way to go to children's hospitals just so he can cook meals for them in his leave.
Oh, That's so heartwarming.
Like
Yeah,
he just
from-
goes right into the kitchen, just cooks them a meal, and there's these.
Yeah, everything I've heard about Gordon Ramsay has always been like great, especially
Apparently, he's a great father too.
oh yeah. It's just he's also super amenable when it comes to how angry he gets because of cooking.
His method works.
Yeah, it works.
Though the funny thing is, they did have to tone down his anger in the early seasons of Hell's Kitchen, because he showed that same level of yelling towards the customers and such too. What did I miss in the last 20 minutes? I'm not sure. Kind of. This rabbit is so raw, it's still asking, "What's up, Doc?" Oh, you haven't seen Hotel Night? Oh, Hotel Nightmare is great. And sometimes it just amazes me when I see him go to, like, try to save establishments. And I see how the place looks. And then I see how they're managing their finances. And I'm like, no fucking wonder you're doing terrible. Ah. Man. Feel a lot better after letting all of that out. Sometimes I just need to accept I will be the equivalent of an emotional crybaby, and I just have to let everything out. To stop trying to act more mature. What is the word I'm looking for? It's not maturity, it's just
What's the
I need to accept that I need to stop, like, trying to hold back my emotions, because I even remember after I was done with the stream, I was thinking to myself, you know, I feel like for a rare opportunity where my family can't hear me, I should have been more emotional. And again, it was that conflicting with the fact that I feel bad that I feel this way about my family at all. Again, it would be a lot easier if I just allowed my mind to think, yeah, I hate them, but I don't. They genuinely care for me and love me. It's just their lack of focus on my mental health has done some major damage.
real quick, Scott Pilgrim game release trailer just dropped.
Oh, I better check that out at some point.
What was that noise, Noir?
Holding in a sneeze.
No, let it out. Don't be like me, where I had that one sneeze that just didn't come out.
That's what this is.
Oh no!
Oh no! Those are the
Like I'm trying to hold
worst.
it, but it's also one of those things that you just won't.
It's like that in between sneeze. You don't know whether to suck it up or if it'll come out or not.
The thing is, Toka, I'm not really that into reading comics as much as I am watching movies about comic book characters or shows.
If you're gonna come out of my nose, just come out of my nose at a fast beat. Jesus Christ!
Honestly,
stubborn cougar.
Honestly, one of the main reasons I'm not that into comic books is, well, besides the fact that there's a lot of them, they constantly restart continuities.
I remember that was a thing on Twitter that I was talking about or that I was looking at the difference between why manga became so popular versus Western comics is because mangas have a beginning, middle, and end, and it's a definitive end.
Maybe you're lucky if you get a sequel or a prequel, but yeah.
Or you're One Piece and you still keep going, but it's still technically one continuous story.
Yep.
Yep.
And it's about to end, but Oda said in an interview on Facebook that
I'll believe
Yes,
it when it happens.
Oda
He
said that
said
he has
that a
plans.
few years ago. I
I know,
remember that.
but now he has plans for another like arc between like this one and the final one. I'm like, Oda, just admit that you don't want to stop writing this.
So even you're
No.
just like, he's full of shit.
He wants to continue the story, but he just because he
No,
got
but
an idea for the next arc.
the main reason like people it's that one meme where it's like where do I start, and it's one side is the conspiracy board with like the different Batman first issues, and it's like you can start here, but these are all different series, and then on the right side is just one guy holding the first volume of manga saying chapter 1.
Yeah, basically.
uh
I do like that
Yep.
Oda
Is
gets
it a
constantly
bad
working.
comparison that when you said that, I was thinking how people start getting into Fate?
We literally had that conversation when trying to convince Brub like where to start in Fate.
I do like that Oda like is working with the live action show.
Oh yeah,
Like, that's his 100%. Like, if
Like,
people hate the actors that he picks, then that's on them.
I still want to know
Yeah,
what
it's like
happened to One Punch Man Season 3. I've heard that's just a disaster.
yeah. If the live action show actually has the backing of the creator, I'm more than likely to give it a shot. And from what I've heard, like because I haven't seen it because I don't really watch Netflix, the One Piece live action or adaptation is actually really good.
Yep.
Speaking of live, I remember
The guy who plays like let me get this thought of mine. The guy who plays Sanji, he actually taught himself how to cook. He taught himself how to do kickboxing, martial arts. Also, he could do his own stunts in the show. Like every single thing that Sanji does in the show, that's
Okay,
the
that's-
actor doing it.
That's
Wow.
based.
He turned himself into Sanji, basically.
Speaking of, okay, I saw this One Punch Man fan animation, or at least I thought it was fan animation. It was completely AI, and the funny thing is, it still looked good, but something about it just still felt off. But I remember saying to myself, you know, even for AI, this looks really, really damn good. And then I looked up. There was a fan live action One Punch Man thing as well. It was almost word for word what I had just watched, but it still felt more authentic. So it's just funny to me because the AI thing was basically copying the fight scenes from the original fan live action thing, but it still didn't feel as real despite looking more impressive as the fan one. Although in total fairness, maybe for both the AI and that fan animation, they were not fan live action. They were copying something that happened either in the manga or the show. I don't know. It was I forget the name of the characters, so I'm just gonna call One Punch Man Ikaku versus the flame guy that always calls him Sensei.
His name is Saitama.
Saitama. I don't know why I forgot that.
It's like, yeah, why do you forget that?
Because I haven't seen One Punch Man in a long time, I guess. I don't think I ever... Did I finish season 1? I think I did. The most memorable thing to me about One Punch Man will always be that one meme. Who is this lost and sassy child?
They actually imitated that in, like, I think they did it in Fortnite when they brought them in.
Wait, they put that in Fortnite?
Yep, in the trailer, I think. I could be wrong, but
that sounds funny. I am not reading One Piece all the way from the start. I have the first 2 volumes, but it's kind of dawned on me that it'll take too long for me to get to what I really want to read. You've got a better chance catching up in the manga than you do dedicating I don't even know how many hours to the anime. I think someone said to catch up on One Piece in the anime, it would take over 700 hours.
to get through like season 1, yeah.
Do not call that season 1.
Basically,
Do not call that season 1.
Oda did it, like it confirmed that was season 1. So
It is not season 1. It is something, but it ain't season 1. It'd still be ridiculous, but I'd accept part 1 over season 1.
same here, but you have to obey what Oda Sensei says. But Oda Sensei kind of is a nutcase when it comes to his own show. He wants to continue it, but he really should retire.
Yeah, it's just like, you call Dragon Ball Part 1, you call Dragon Ball Z Part 2, you call Dragon Ball Super Part 3, I guess.
Then you divide it also into the sagas.
Yeah. Ah, bad. When is that ZZZ live stream? Is that tomorrow night?
Should be tomorrow night, yeah.
Yeah. You want to know something funny? Because of one of the ZZZ devs or music composers retweeting the Angels of Delusion with a crying emoji.
Oh yeah,
Many...
Sazd or
yeah. Many
or
people
Senzi.
are expecting during the next live stream there's gonna be so many lolicon and crying emoji references in the chat.
By the way, I think there's 3 hidden channels for ZZZ as well. Like the team.
There's 3 what?
Hidden YouTube channels for ZZZ.
Hidden
on YouTube
channels? What do you mean?
So basically, they made channels for every single delusion.
This is news to me.
For every angel.
Yep, I think they're going to go with the VTuber route with them.
I mean, those VTuber
Wait a
models.
minute, Noir, are you allowed to say that on stream?
It's just a speculation.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I just don't want you getting in trouble.
Again.
Again?
I got trouble like a couple weeks ago.
What, was it because of something you said on stream here specifically, or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Well, at least you haven't gotten in trouble from... imagine... Oh my gosh. That would actually be kind of scary. Imagine if you got in trouble for something you said, leak-related, on, like, a Kingdom Hearts stream or something, and Hoyoverse was somehow aware of that. That'd be scary.
It was a Helldivers stream, but...
What do you mean a Helldivers stream?
That was what? I was doing, like, an Helldivers, like, voice chat. I accidentally said something regarding Honkai Impact.
Did Hoyoverse catch that?
Yeah, apparently.
How? I mean, this is going to sound conspiracy theory, but maybe they have an AI trained to recognize your voice and specifically searches for your
I
voice and things
I did
related
submit my
to.
voice to them to do a voice acting thing for Pentacon, but
Say what?
I did submit my voice to them, like for Pentacon.
Wait, what do you mean you sent your voice to them for Penacony?
Basically, I was like they could use me as a NPC if they want to.
Oh. Huh. That's
That's cool.
cool.
If that NPC is still like if they go back to Pentacon, it might be there. Who knows? But we may not be there.
It would be funny if I ran into an NPC and I'd be like, why does that sound like one of my friends?
All right, Noir, pick a number 1 through 5.
Isn't that normally
3.
Noir's line?
3.
Damn it! It was number 5 that I needed because was full art Dorothea or Diantha.
Oh, Pokemon Pocket.
Yeah, they just released the new pack.
I
opened 10 packs. The only like actual rare card was a full art Melodia or Meloetta.
Back on the topic of comics, a big reason why they're struggling is because the one guy that was really valuing narrative accessibility with his editorial policies was treated like a tyrant and chased out the mainstream industry more than 30 years ago.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Like, the publishers keep on propping up their new numbers as the perfect jumping on point for their new readers. This guy was saying every issue should be an entry point. That's dumb. Like, I'm gonna be real, I didn't understand most of what you're saying, but they want every comic book to be a perfect entry point. That's dumb. You can't do that.
Now, what the person I assume is saying is like, for a comic book, you shouldn't need to already know several thousand comics of lore to understand what's going on in the one that you just randomly pick up in the book store.
But then how would they do ongoing stories without a lot of fluff beforehand to catch you up? Like, let's say manga, for example. You can't just pick up volume 3 of you can't just pick up like actually no, I was gonna say it's a bit of a different story for shonen.
I was actually gonna say, because like I got interested in manga by reading random chapters in Shonen Jump.
Yeah.
So,
but that's mainly because of the action. But regular manga that doesn't focus on having action, you can't just jump in the middle of the story. You will be lost. It has it's been a hot minute since I had an emotional breakdown like that. But you know, in a way that's good. It depends on the story. The idea was that you would want to write stories while being conscious of the possibility that it could be somebody's first exposure to your work. I mean, I guess, but Again, I think it mainly has to come down to the fact that comic books just keep restarting their continuity and changing the characters up slightly. Meanwhile, with manga, like I said, beginning, middle, end, and then if you want to, you can check out that same mangaka's other works. Though, then again, I've heard it's gone down in the last few years, but I remember they were doing some really, let's call it progressive stuff. Like, I remember hearing a story where they made a Spider-Man that was in a wheelchair? Like, how? Why? Who asked for this? Marvel.
Say that again.
There was a Spider-Man comic where they made the new Spider-Man handicapped in a wheelchair, yet he was still somehow stopping crime in it.
To be fair, I also would be stopped if I got hit by a swinging wheelchair from a web swing.
You know, I actually remember reading that story and how it went to that point.
Was it decent? Good?
It was actually. I don't remember exactly how it started, but it was in another universe, not the one that we're used to, but since in the Marvel comics, there's different universes for different Spider-Man.
Oh, right,
but,
I forgot. We need to watch the Spider-Verse movies with Dawn. They haven't even seen the first one.
Yeah, the Spider-Verse is quite interesting because there's you can think of any Spider-Man that existed and it's there.
I actually haven't seen the second Spider-Verse movie, but I have seen the first.
I also remember. I can't remember if it was. I will never forget this. If it was DC or Marvel that did this. I think it was Marvel. They tried to have a comic book series where the characters were named like.
Yeah. Oh, I
Snowflake.
I was thinking the New Warriors.
That. I remember when I heard that, I'm just like.
The what?
Yeah, that was Marvel.
Yeah.
The New Warriors. There was Snowflake and Safe Space. O Negative. Screen Time. And I forget, there was one more. I forget what her name was, but I remember she had a magic backpack or something.
Apparently they canceled it before release. Oh, they made a good decision.
Good decision.
Oh yeah, I remember that was in the comic book.
Yeah, it was a fucking the most tone deaf trying to get
own
with
the
times
chuds,
type.
You could say.
Own the chuds, trying to take back words type of superheroes. There was no way that was going to be any good. Yeah.
And I
will
say
I think the reason why they never released it is because of the comic books. They didn't last for too long until they were killed.
I just think it was the backlash more than anything.
No. In the comic books, they were actually just murdered off.
Wait, what?
Yeah, every character was murdered.
Is this a continuity reset that affected the entire thing, or what?
No. It was just a variant of Doctor Doom. Kind of just
Base Doctor Doom?
Base Doctor Doom.
and it's the same Doctor Doom that they're going to put in the MCU.
Yeah.
Because there's different versions of Doctor Doom out there, and the one that they're going to put in the MCU is what I looked at. We are not ready.
I
not
remember my first introduction to the character of Doctor Doom was actually Marvel Ultimate Alliance. If anyone's ever played that.
Same here.
Okay, yay! I'm not alone.
Like I was about to say, if they say Marvel Ultimate Alliance, because I had that for the Wii, and that was. It was such a fun game to just fuck around with.
It was. But Doom was also mad intimidating in that one.
Yeah. I got introduced to a lot of Marvel characters through there.
I think that was my introduction to Deadpool. I'm like, who is this guy?
It's like, why who is this not Spider-Man? And at the time I couldn't understand like anything that involved him, so
I didn't even know who Iron Man was back then.
I did know who Iron Man was. Iron Man was my favorite superhero at the time.
I remember there were a lot of funny interactions in like Stark Tower and Doctor Strange hideout.
It did actually. I think I had this after the first Iron Man movie came out. And so when I played it, I was actually shocked to see what Nick Fury actually looked like in his original style before he became Samuel L. Jackson.
Doom, I'll have your head for this.
Okay. Okay, that was a weird wrong number text I just got, but I just got rid of it.
But I actually was having this conversation with Kala earlier about like my favorite superheroes, because in Marvel overall it was Iron Man. Specifically
I think
X-Men.
for me it's Spider-Man.
Specifically X-Men, it was Gambit.
I never grew up with the X-Men. I only saw a few episodes of that.
And then for DC, it technically was a tie between Static and Cyborg.
I am shocked you didn't say Batman.
I'm gonna say something about who my favorite characters in like Marvel, X-Men, like okay, in Marvel, I've always liked Loki, like no matter what.
I mean, in the movies, he is rather charming and hilarious.
And X-Men, I was a Rogue fan.
I've never seen any of the X-Men movies. Not a single one.
No,
the
X-Men show.
In the comic book too.
Comic books, and especially the TV show. That's where I learned to love Gambit.
Yeah.
For me, it's like Rogue is #1 X-Men character ever. I liked how she was portrayed in the movies as well.
Right before the stream, me and Cass were playing Rivals, and like because I finally started picking it up. I was finally testing out Gambit, and apparently Cass is a Rogue main, so we just kind of gelled together.
For DC, Joker.
Well, no, that's the thing though, is that I was mostly saying superheroes. If it had to be characters, that I'd have to like delve deeper into like what
superheroes.
If you ask me to choose like my favorite Marvel villain, I'm like, I feel I have to say Venom because that one of the weaknesses of Marvel is I can't really remember too many memorable villains outside of the cinematic universe, Thanos. But from what I heard, Thanos was a bit of a bitch in the comics.
If you were thinking about like superheroes like with powers, Green Lantern for me.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically powers. Like you could say Batman or Iron Man because they technically don't have powers, but like
Green Lantern and DC.
Any specific Green Lantern or just in general?
In general, I like his powers overall.
Okay, I just remembered something funny. I saw this fan comic thing of Joker coming to New York, and he meets Spider-Man, and he's just like, I'm gonna give you a bad day, and Spider-Man's just like, can you not? I kind of already just lost someone just now. And it turns into Joker just being absolutely shocked at all the shit Peter goes through. And it's just like, so much for my one bad day philosophy. And he's like, I think my entire life view is wrong after listening to you. And Batman is just in the background going, what the fuck?
I'm actually a little bit interested in the recent Deadpool and Batman crossover. I actually kind of want to give that a look.
You should watch the Deadpool versus Wolverine movie. That is fucking hilarious.
Although it is
I wanted to see that movie. I just never found the time to.
I still need to finish the Justice League show. I never finished it.
Justice League and Justice League Unlimited.
I've seen a number of clips, and I know they got some really good stuff. Like stuff I definitely could not appreciate as a kid. Like one scene that stands out is when Green Arrow, he stands up to Superman because Superman's like, they hit us, we have to hit him back hard. And he's just like, look, I'm an old lefty. The people have to do what the people can't do for each other. What would we do if you superheroes went rogue? Who would stop you? No one. And I'm like, that actually makes me think a little, and I appreciate that.
I'm actually more reminded, if I had to pick a favorite DC supervillain, it actually would be Reverse Flash.
Reverse Flash, the biggest hater, and no one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
and
no one matches his level of spite.
Yeah. If I had to do Marvel supervillains, that's a little bit more tough.
Again, if we're counting the cinematic universe, for me, it's just Thanos. It's just... Damn, they wrote him so good in Infinity War.
Infinity War was his movie. Like,
it absolutely was. And honestly, I still consider Infinity War one of my favorite movies. And I considered it that even when I didn't know some of these characters. I'm just like, I don't know how they did it, but they somehow made it where you basically care about everyone, even though you're supposed to have watched a whole bunch of stuff before this. Then again, I think as long as you watched at least Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy, you could enjoy Infinity War. At least one of those two. I hate how I was just thinking, I'm sorry, little one. And I just think of that one Rhyme style clip.
I just know in Infinity War I cried a lot.
Okay, Noir. Yeah. For context, Dragon Ball Fighters, they were doing a raid battle, and Dotto switches out to Syriax when Raid Goku is throwing a spirit bomb, and he's like, I'm sorry, little one. And Syriax just automatically flies into the spirit bomb. Full health, dies.
I am a little bit hesitant on another character that I'm like, is this technically a hero or a villain? Because they're technically kind of a gray area. But it's mostly because I'm also like a huge fan of the original Teen Titans. So, you know, Slade is
fucking like just love in my Slade. Specifically the cartoon version. Heard his comic book counterpart did some questionable things.
And it's like,
although in fairness, the reason I heard he did those things was the equivalent of, if I don't do what she expects, she'll kill me. But anyway, we can all agree that Slade's voice actor 1000% carried his character. God damn.
His portrayal in Teen Titans was fucking amazing.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Because wrong, I don't remember Slade that much.
huh?
I don't remember Slade that much.
Oh, you don't?
Acting
No,
like,
Deathstroke?
yeah, Deathstroke.
Oh, Deathstroke. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes by Slade in Teen Titans, but his actual
All
like
I have to say is
super-
Deathstroke, and I'm just like, okay, now I know you guys.
yeah. The reason I
I'm
like
getting
oh,
I'm
right.
getting I'm getting a sense of deja vu. I feel like we've had this exact conversation with you, Noir.
Look, if
Yeah.
like there's certain character names that I'm like, okay, so who are they? But if they have another name that I actually recognize, I will recognize them.
Yeah, it's like because I remember like we were mentioning Deadpool. I'm like, oh right, technically Deadpool is supposed to be like a comedic version of Deathstroke, aka Slade.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I love the name Slade way more than Deathstroke by a long shot.
Slade just sounds more menacing.
It does.
For his role as a villain in Teen Titans, it definitely fit more.
Oh yeah, definitely. And again, his voice actor. Oh my gosh. Fucking nailed it for how intimidating but how calm and controlled he sounded most of the time.
He was in control most of the time.
Yup. Civilian
Ron
name
Perlman.
Slade Wilson. They use for copyright reasons or something. Oh, actually, you know what? There is one other villain I can think of that is a content. Actually, no, a lot of Batman villains I like more. But anyway, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Superman, I gotta give it to Lex Luthor. The way he carries himself.
Lex Luthor is a legend. He's an OG.
Yeah, he is.
He is a yeah, and
the
the person they got to voice him as well in the Superman and Justice League show. I think it was Brian O'Neilson. I think.
Okay, just I gotta vent for a little bit.
Clancy Brown, thank you. Okay, I was way off.
I gotta vent for a little bit. The more we talk about like old school superhero cartoons, the more I'm remembering seeing clips of modern like modern superhero series cartoons, and like, the fuck is this subversion bullshit they keep trying to do nowadays? Like this I think it's a clip from like the Harley show that like has been going around. I think it's
okay,
Harley, but
in total fairness, the Harley show was basically just an entire deconstruction of everything, and it was very unique.
It's like the one scene where it's Joker, Clark, and Lois on a building, and Joker's trying to get Lois to call Superman, and then they have this entire fight of like, yeah, we separated, but I can get him whatever you want with this wristwatch. She tries to get him, but Clark's already there, so it's not like he can like just become Superman. And it's like it becomes more of a like trying a deconstruction drama bullshit rather than, you know, like actual interesting storytelling.
That sounded painful. You okay there, Noir?
You okay, Noir?
Yep.
Harley Quinn
Coffee
show
went down the wrong pipe.
What did you say?
Coffee went down the wrong pipe.
Oh.
Ooh.
No.
Oh,
wait. Oh man, that sounds like.
Oh. I will say, the one clip I know from the Harley Quinn show, Wayne Tech promised an electric car by this year. I put a deposit down. Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce?
I do remember that. Okay, that's the thing, is like, it can have funny moments, but then you gotta remember, oh right, this is the context of the Joker actually found out Bruce is Batman. And
No,
it's like,
okay, you say that. There's a lot of theories that show he does know who Batman is, but he doesn't expose it. And I remember this one theory is all the villains collectively agree, no, Bruce is what restrains Batman. You expose that, and he's Batman constantly. We'll never get shit done.
No, my continuity and how I feel about it is from the Batman Beyond movie. Basically, where Joker essentially tortured Robin to the point where he finally revealed that
God,
Bruce Wayne
that
is
was
Batman.
such a fucked up. That was such a fucked up part of that movie.
I know, but it's one of the
It's one of the
parts.
best things they've made.
I know, that movie was amazing. Mostly that scene, but yeah, or mostly that entire like sequence of the flashback, but yes.
Well, I also love Terry versus the Joker because the Joker tries to get into his head, but Terry's like, wait, I like to talk too.
And he's getting into the Joker's head at that point.
Yep. Why? I thought the Joker always wanted to make Batman laugh.
You're not Batman.
And it just shows that Spider-Man versus the Joker would never get to Peter.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I think it was probably the comics said this first, but I remember in the Spider-Man PS4 game, there was some dialogue where he's like, yeah, I tell jokes all the time to hide how actually scared I am the entire time.
Speaking of Spider-Man in the comics, he recently did reveal, like, a version of Spider-Man actually revealed to James Jonathan that he's Spider-Man.
That actually happened before in the comics. I remember watching a watching a video that there was one thing done in comics a few years ago where J. Jonah Jameson actually gets an interview with Spider-Man, and it gets all tense and everything, and then Jameson just gets completely silent when Spider-Man takes off the his mask and reveals who he is.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking about. Like, the reason why he did that is because James took in Peter Parker as his son.
Yeah,
yep.
I remember hearing about that. Like, once he knew who Spider-Man really was, he started being a lot kinder to Jameson. Yep. By the way, can we give credit to whatever version of Jameson? As much of a shithead he is to Spider-Man, his life has been threatened. He will still protect Parker. Like, I'm thinking of that one.
That one with the Rhino where he's like holding up Jameson, asking where's the guy that takes pictures of Spider-Man, and then like, Jameson's like, he sends them in the mail. I never seen them.
Yeah, there was another similar scene I saw from like I think it was Ultimate Spider-Man or something. I forget the name of the show, but yeah, like you said, Rhino is like trying to find out where the person who takes pictures of Spider-Man is, and Jameson sees Parker about to open the door, and he's talking like, nah, his stuff comes in the mail, and he's moving his arm to like try to signal to Peter, get out of here. It's
James,
just like
Jonathan becomes like a father to him. So
you gotta respect someone Peter. That even though he may, like, you could argue underpays his employees, he will not sell them out for even if it could cost him his life, and I respect that.
It's just heartwarming. Like, James becomes a father to Peter.
Yeah,
it makes me want to go play the Insomniac Spider-Man game just to listen to the J. Jonah Jameson interviews.
Those are pretty funny. Ah, man. Speaking of that, I know I streamed it a long time ago, but man, even when you knew what was going to happen to Doc Ock, Oh man, they nailed his story.
Yeah.
And also made me cry like a bitch when Spider-Man had to choose to let his Aunt May go.
That's one thing is that like you talked about like how people like secretly know that Batman is Bruce Wayne. There are actual villains who legitimately know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Do
Yep.
they do anything with it?
I mean, aside from like the Green Goblin in the first
Okay, Green Goblin's an exception because I know he weaponized that.
well yeah, like the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie, he literally goes to Aunt May because he knows that it's Parker.
Yeah.
Also, in like Spider-Man Far From Home, like or No Way Home, with all the three Spider-Mans. Yeah, that
Also,
one was
Right.
messed.
Yeah,
up.
the whole thing with Mysterio.
Yep. Still kind of funny, like kind of funny that Mysterio's the one who just like, screw it, I'm gonna reveal everything before I die.
That's the thing. I kind of hate myself. I've only seen 2 of the 3 Spider-Man Marvel movies. I did not see Homecoming.
Homecoming was pretty good.
it was pretty damn good, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Far From Home and No Way Home.
Yeah,
A lot of people say like
I
a
always
lot of
think
people
of... Go ahead.
a lot of people will say like the MCU like comics like for Spider-Man is actually the start of Spider-Man. Like the actual comic book accurate start of like who he was is an actual person in the comic books
I would say that's pretty accurate, honestly, from
because he
what I've read.
erases his, like the memories of everybody who knows that he's Spider-Man, which is what happens before he was really like revealed in this comic book.
I still think one of the best scenes of Homecoming is where Peter is yelling at what he thinks is just an Iron Man suit. He says, "If you actually cared, you'd be here." And then Tony steps out and he just clams up immediately.
I love RGD as um
Robert Downey Jr., yeah. Fantastic
Yeah.
actor.
I can't wait to
RDJ basically. I liked Iron Man just as a character, as a concept for like his armor and stuff. RDJ is the reason I love Tony Stark.
Let's be real. If I'm not sure the Marvel Cinematic Universe would have gone off nearly as well if Robert Downey Jr. didn't play the part.
I can't wait to see it, like see how he plays Doom.
Yeah.
The comic version of Civil War had Iron Man coercing Peter into revealing his identity as Spider-Man. That's weird, but I'm guessing the scenario was vastly different. Also, by the way, speaking of superheroes, I kind of vented about this earlier, but I find it really funny when people try to say that their superhero would sport like their politics or whatever, and I'm like, no. Superheroes have kind of always been like kind of anti-government. They follow their heart. They do what they think.
And that
Sorry, I forgot I was unmuted.
They do what they think is right. Like a perfect example. Lane, you've seen the Amazing Spider-Man, right? The first one.
the Andrew Garfield one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you remember that that diner scene Peter has with Gwen's father.
Yeah.
So if you take out Peter's personal motivation for why they were going after specific guys, that's That's exactly what many superheroes like would do, for example. It's like they don't care about the technical things. If they see something that looks like an injustice, they will try to stop it, whether they're right or wrong. And it's just, it's funny to me because people are just like, oh, oh yeah, Spider-Man support, this hero supports my government politics. And I'm like, no, these heroes just do what they think is right. They don't care about the politics. And if anything, kind of always been against government.
Well, it depends. Like, there are different.
Let's take Spider-Man, for example. Even in the PS4 game, where does he work to help his Aunt May? A homeless shelter.
Well, yeah. I'm thinking less Spider-Man, more someone like Captain America.
Captain America is an exception because he is probably the most loyal to the government.
Or just to America in general.
Yes.
And then they try to have that whole plot twist with the whole Hail Hydra thing.
I still need to see more.
During Endgame.
No. I'm talking about the actual comics.
Yeah, they do that in like Endgame for just like little brief.
Well, no, I know they do it because like he wants to gain the trust of the Hydra agents that he knows they are, to be able to go with them. But I'm talking about like in the comics, they tried to have like, I don't know if it was a fake out or if it like actually went anywhere, but there was an entire thing where like Captain America just turned to the reader and said "Hail Hydra" in like an actual serious tone.
Yeah.
I just remember that being like a big like thing that comic fans were actually talking about.
Yeah, one other thing. Some people, I think Lane knows what I'm hinting at here. Some people also tried to say the same for like Sonic or such.
Oh no, that's the entire meme. It's basically just like there's an entire meme of that. It's like someone holding up a Sonic plushie. Like, this is my favorite cartoon character. He would agree with my politics. And then the other panel is the people who created Sonic's saying, "This is a hedgehog. He runs very fast."
But it's also in his character that he would try to help out injustice if he sees it. And here's the key phrase here. With what he first sees, he would try to stop injustice. Whether the person is good or bad, if they're screaming out for help, Sonic will rush towards and try to help them. And this is also an aspect of heroes that gets manipulated by villains.
So, like Knuckles.
Yeah, kinda. That's a good way to put it.
But yeah, honestly, discussing the morality of Sonic is always like catch-22 because there's a lot of people who hate seeing Sonic in certain situations.
Yeah, Sonic just hates injustice. And they don't care for the technicalities in the slightest.
Well, no, a lot of people when they try to use Sonic as that kind of like political bludgeon, they point to him as like, oh, he hates oppression.
They're not wrong on that either.
That they're not wrong on that. It's just that then they use that. It's like, oh, he wants people to be free and he hates oppression. That means that he agrees with all of my politics.
No, Sonic doesn't give a shit about politics. They just do what they think is right. It's as simple as that. It's like you try to explain your political stance to Sonic, they'll just be like, nah, I'm just doing what I think is right.
Actually, I need to find, because it goes along with what you were talking about, especially since it's actually related to Spider-Man. Let me see. You know the YouTuber Shady Do Rags?
I think so, yeah. Been a while since I heard
Uh,
that name.
Yeah, he's actually one of my favorites. Oh yeah, he made this tweet in response, basically in response to this entire trend. It's like, this is Spider-Man. He's my favorite character of all time, and has helped me understand both myself and my personal morals. Spider-Man would not agree with me on everything. This fictional character, whom I like, would not agree with me on everything. Someone had to say it.
I mean, yeah. The funny thing is, Spider-Man, he would do what he thinks is right. If he does a wrong thing, such as
Yeah, Manga Common actually replied, "The guy made a deal with the devil once. I'm not sure a lot of us would agree with that."
that is true. I forget he actually did that. Didn't he do that just to bring back Mary Jane?
I'm actually unsure on that, but probably.
Yeah.
Oh fuck,
Spider-Man made a deal with Mephisto to erase his marriage to save Aunt May.
The thing is, we mentioned deal with the devil, and immediately I can't believe I hate myself for forgetting this. Another favorite hero from Marvel, fucking Ghost Rider.
Yeah, true. There's no way people are trying to say Ghost Rider would agree with like their politics or anything, right?
Oh no, it's usually just, you know, the typical ones like the Spider-Mans.
You're talking about like the deal that he made with like Miss Mephisto.
Mephisto, yeah.
Yeah, like
The reason why he wanted to save Mary Jane's life, like, but it completely no, Aunt May's life, yeah, because she was dying by gunshot wound during the events of Civil War. But it erased Peter and Mary Jane Watson's memory, like, marriage from history.
Who would have imagined a story where you make a deal with the devil and things go to shit?
Yep.
Who
But hey, it actually
would have
made
known
him a
you
lot
can't
more
trust the
accurate.
devil?
Are you talking about One More Day? I think that's what Noir is talking about.
Yeah, that's yeah, Toga actually knows a lot more about comics than me or Don do, so
Yeah, I like the movies and I like the cartoon. I have to admit, it is funny because the Marvel focused animated movies I've heard are decent / forgettable. And yet for DC, the animated films are some of the highest quality stuff compared to their live action, at least until recently.
honestly, and it's kind of funny because it's kind of flipped because now, ever since Spider-Verse, Marvel's animated stuff is a lot better.
Yeah.
Again, we really need to get you to watch at least the first Spider-Verse movie.
Yeah, that's definitely something I need to do.
Wasn't that one of your like street or like Donathon goals?
It might have been.
I'm checking. It's back in 2023. Maybe KGE idea.
No, be 2020.
No. I was looking at your reminders channel, and I'm like, no, it's not there.
I think you can find it under like.
No, I found it. So we had Star Wars Watch Along, which we did.
We still need to do the other two movies, but. The one character I can't with DC, Damian Wayne. Yeah, I've heard people do not like him.
Yeah, Spider-Verse was not on there. We had a few watch-alongs, like Fate Grand Carnival Season 2.
Oh yeah, I can actually watch that now that I'm caught up to when that show was actually released and don't have to worry about
The
spoilers.
the Fate Babylonia anime.
That's another one we need to watch.
Yes, we do
Freedom
need to watch that one.
Freedom Planet 2.
I did do that.
Heaven's Feel watch along. We did do the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Side of Dimensions.
No, we didn't actually.
Oh wait, I guess you weren't there.
Yeah.
I can't believe one of them was Switch 2 installation stream.
That that one never actually happened. I think that was more an idea, and I was trying to come up with 20 ideas, and I'm like,
Oh right. You changed it to Sonic game tier list.
yes, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Uh Regardless, we still need to get you to watch that movie.
Yeah,
And we need to watch Fate Grand Order.
yeah, I definitely need to watch.
You also need to watch Fate Grand Order, the Solomon movie too.
Oh yeah, I still haven't seen that, have I? No. I'm dragging your ass for all that, Lane. That said, we're not watching the Heavens Feel movie till you're done with the visual novel for very obvious reasons.
Obvious reasons. Yeah.
Ah. I don't know why that sigh made me think of the way SpongeBob goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I also just remembered people, for some reason, always love the Panty Raid episode, which, now that I think about it, I am, as an adult, I am shocked that got by.
And it's banned actually now.
Honestly, one of the few times where it's like, I can understand why. It
It's
didn't
only the end
exactly
that really
discourage it.
I mean, honestly, it's only the end that really needed to be quote unquote banned. The rest of the episode is actually still pretty funny because
Yeah,
it gave us a lot of memes.
It did give us a lot of memes, yeah.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Art thou feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Wait, where's that band again?
Let me see. Uh,
Also, Mr. Krabs' burglar alarm. That was censored.
okay, Midlife Crustacean episode, season 3, was removed from circulation due to the scene where SpongeBob, Patrick, and Mr. Krabs engage in a panty raid.
You've got multiple chins cause you're old.
In what regions? Because I saw that airing on.
Although it aired for 15 years, it was removed from rotation in 2018 and is generally absent from streaming platforms like Paramount Plus.
So
I'm not getting a specific regions, but
so Canada never got that memo. Okay, because that episode is constantly aired on like at like 8 p.m. like 8 a.m. every day.
Again, still a good episode.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Krabs, do you want to know what I think? Where SpongeBob just screams absolute nonsense.
And randomly Mr. Krabs' wallet.
Mr. Krabs' wallet! We only know it's bad because Mrs. Pop brings out like a dictionary and is like, oh my.
Like, oh, that's what that word means.
Classic SpongeBob will never leave my memory. You want to know one thing I've considered doing? Is I've kind of want to considered watching some of the original Simpsons episodes with the KGE, because I did not grow up with the Simpsons, and I've seen some clips on Twitter, and I'm like, this shit actually kind of funny.
I did not grow up with Simpsons myself. My
I grew up
cousin
with
had a
Family
few.
Guy mainly.
My cousin had a few episodes like recorded, and I remember specifically one episode that was a lot more provocative. And I'm like, looking back on it, it's like that shit is still pretty funny.
Honestly, I don't think I could ever enjoy South Park all the way through. Just a little too crude for me, but it does have its moments. And
Oh yeah.
kind of getting back to the topic of my family. You know that episode where one of the characters is bugged by their family to like make a Facebook account, interact with their family in some way?
Oh yeah. Stan's being bugged by Randy to constantly friend him on Facebook.
Literally my parents, where I would make a post on my family only Facebook account, and my mom would be like, your grandma posted something and you didn't like it.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's like all these people are replying to you and you're not saying anything back. And I'm just thinking in my head, there's a reason I don't go on that Facebook much. And now I don't go on it at all because in one instance where my short memory actually helps me, I forgot the password. But no, legitimately, they would actually get that way. Like that scene where I think it says, Dan, poke your grandma. Literally, word per word, what my mother would tell me to do when it came to Facebook. It's like, you think that scene is an over-exaggeration. No. It happens. It happens.
It happens. Well, that's exactly the point. They're making fun of like the small shit and making it even worse. But even then, it's like you're like, yeah, that actually is how it is. How people see it.
It was insufferable. Especially back when my original Facebook account, I did post some stuff that could have been interpreted as gay or lesbian, and my mom would be like, I don't like you posting that on your account. And I remember the day after, I immediately made a newer account and just did not follow family on it at all. That was my lesson, to be like, okay, when it comes to online world, do not let your family know anything. But yeah, overbearing, controlling, all that, Toka. I played Stick of Truth all the way through. I've heard that's a great game. From what I've seen, it's like, yeah, the humor still isn't for me.
You've seen the Syriax videos on it?
I don't think so. I think I avoided them.
Yeah. He hasn't uploaded too much of it for about a month, but like he started playing it, and he's a South Park fan, so.
Huh. Family Guy was so funny when I first watched it. It was one of those rare instances where I could laugh at something being violent even back then. You gonna give me my money? Where's my money, man?
Yeah, early Family Guy was pretty funny.
Yeah, it definitely was. It definitely was. How did people take the episode where Brian got killed off? Because I heard about that, and I'm like, huh?
Well, clearly people didn't like it because a few episodes later he came back.
It was one episode later.
Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently the creator said something like it was to make you appreciate the characters more because they could be gone at any point. And I'm like, what?
It's a
And now
fucking
there's-
shit.
There's now 3 dogs that occasionally show up at the Griffin house, and one of them is heavily racist.
Huh?
There's a lot of choices I'm not particularly fond of when it comes to Modern Family Guy. Mostly with how certain characters are. Specifically Quagmire.
Quagmire is because because he found out that he has like 18 kids.
Apparently, from what I heard, they took out the whole pervert aspect of Quagmire.
But he's not just not a pervert anymore. He is basically the stick in the mud.
Yeah, that's what I heard. He went from... I watched a video on it. He basically went from the cool-looking but bad uncle to an absolute stick in the mud.
Yeah.
He's
not even the straight man. He's just like done with all of Peter's shit.
Pretty much.
He's barely even a friend anymore.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. A lot of issues people have with Modern Family Guy is, especially when it comes to the family dynamic, it just feels like everyone hates each other.
Oh yeah.
Like
people
say
it's not just like
compared to the older seasons, they had their tensions, but they could still be heartwarming towards one another.
I swear there was one rare moment of them actually having some heart, and that's the episode where Lois's dad takes in an orphan.
I don't think I ever saw that, but the one that jumps to my mind for having some heart to it is when gosh, he's so forgettable that I forget Peter's kid's name. There's some
Chris?
Chris, yeah. When
Chris. Brian, yeah. Chris.
Yeah, when Chris tried to reveal to his dad he wanted to be a
artist.
Yeah, he wanted to be an artist. And while Peter didn't exactly like it, he still admitted, I want you to be happy. Even though I don't like it, I'll try to support you.
Was it that Indian casino episode where like they go on a spiritual journey to try and prove that Peter's Indian?
I think so, maybe.
And like the spiritual vision says you got to bond with your son.
Yeah. Also, apparently there was an episode where Stewie got pregnant with Brian's kid, and what the fuck?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that little sub arc. Yeah. And Stewie wanted an abortion.
This just sounds so fucking cursed.
It really was.
It was. You had to be there to watch it.
I'm glad I wasn't there to watch it.
Honestly, I blame their chemistry in the Road 2 movies for how they keep constantly pushing Stewie and Brian. It's like they are great in the Road 2 episodes, but they really just kind of fall back on them.
I always thought they were great companions, but to hear people ship them, and I'm like, I know this is weird coming from a lolicon of all people, but I'm not exactly comfortable with a cartoon dog and a cartoon baby shipping together. What? That just... No! Yeah, that's weird to me. That's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
there's a
limit.
limit.
Although I don't mind that they can be so close that they appear that way. As long as it just stays at they appear that way. Because, you know, I attribute it to both of them being socially weird. Again, Family Guy, when I was growing up, it was good shit.
Yeah, when I was like fully growing up, I wasn't able to watch, or I wasn't allowed to watch, like Family Guy.
I wasn't allowed to watch shows like
My-
that. I still did it.
No, one that my parents were like fine with me watching, like because it came on at the very beginning of the Adult Swim, but was right before Family Guy, was King of the Hill.
I never
Mostly because it
watched
wasn't
that.
as crass, but it was still like decently mature.
My mom was dead set against The Simpsons. I think
Yeah,
my
my-
mom was against The Simpsons too, but it was also the fact that back then I was a little bit of a stick in the mud. I didn't exactly like jokes against Christianity. But it happens so
my-
infrequently with Family Guy that I could put up with it.
See, okay, there was one defining moment when that sticks in my mind when I was a little kid. We used to go to these things called libraries and look for books. Like
That's
I know,
that's a
crazy,
for-
crazy, crazy
What-
time.
what-
I know.
What is this library you speak of, Lane? I've
And,
only heard them
one-
in legends.
And I believe this was like in wintertime because the book was Christmas themed, but like I looked at the top of one of the shelves because sometimes they'll have like books open on the shelves for picture books for kids to be like, oh hey, if you like the pictures in here, you should probably rent the book. And one of them specifically was a Simpsons picture book, but anytime that I tried to like look at it, my parents would like tear me away from it because they did not want me to be like associated with the Simpsons.
Do you think your family would actively try to stop you from watching stuff like that now, or they'd be like, we don't like it,
Nah.
but you're old enough to make your own decisions?
Nah, if it's anything like as long as it's not straight up fucking porn.
Well,
Now they don't like me. They don't like me making like crass jokes from those shows, like in social stuff when people don't get it. I remember quoting a Family Guy quote one time, and my dad coming over and it's like, I don't think anyone like is gonna understand that, so you probably shouldn't say that.
awkward.
Yeah. But they're not gonna like prevent me from watching Simpsons or Family Guy because I think that at the time they didn't want me to just like have the negative influence without understanding like the context of it because I was still kind of that young where it's like they don't want me saying shit that out of context would be really bad.
They don't want to hear Kid Lang going, fuck you.
They don't want the kid that only just learned what or like the word lesbian, didn't know what it meant, and then used it as an insult.
Oh no!
No, I told you in the last stream like I didn't know what a lesbian was. I only heard what the word and someone using it in kind of a like an insulting manner, and so I actually called someone a lesbian just randomly.
How did that go?
It was awkward.
Were they
Yeah,
just like?
I think I think the conversation just stopped there.
Did
I
they
don't
go
remember
like?
anything afterwards.
No. What you just said?
I think something along those lines. But then it's just like not even bother like going through it. This was like in middle school.
Yeah. That, awkward is an understatement.
Ugh.
It's actually funny because, other than, you know, I still find it funny how people consider, or at least growing up, the word fuck was basically considered like the ultimate swear word, and
Oh, like in the A Christmas Story where he says, "Oh, fudge,"
yeah,
but he actually
something like that. But my parents always told me growing up that the F word is like the worst word of the main swear words, and I'm like, as an adult, I'm just like, it's basically an alternative way to say "damn it."
yeah, essentially. There are definitely other like curse words that are a lot more sensitive,
Yeah.
like the C word.
Yeah, I never liked that word.
Yeah, me neither.
That one just sounds just the way. Okay, the way you have to say that word, you have to align your lips in a specific way that it feels like you're saying something spiteful with the way your lips are aligned. Or mouth.
The only time
Mouth. I think
the
it's
thing is, I kind of got desensitized ever since I started watching Penny and Stalking again, especially with that recent episode with the musical.
Although it is funny in Dragon Ball Z Abridged Kai, where Vegeta just says it over and over and over again.
Well, they bleep it, but yes.
Yep.
And in Penny Stalking, they don't bleep any of that shit.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of Android 18 going, yep.
Yep. I'm going to break his arm.
Kind of proving his point, ain't you, sis?
Shut up, Anne.
They drew away the birds.
I liked the birds.
Good for you, man. I will be quoting Dragon Ball Z Abridged until I die. That and also some Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged stuff. Though it's nowhere near as funny. Still has its moments. Could I get a hug? It's really more of a purple realm. Silence! I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
Heart of the cards? More like heart of my ass.
Yeah, it has its moments, but it definitely was more it definitely became more about a bunch of random stuff.
Attention, duelists!
Recently, he's actually been doing a lot more reaction to Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX in general kind of sounds abridged at times.
Yeah, he is watching the dub specifically. And he does actually give praise to the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX opening theme, the English one specifically.
That shit is catchy.
Yeah.
Again, we've said this multiple times. 4Kids, censorship bad, but damn did they make good openings.
Catchy openings, yes.
Very catchy openings.
I know, he also loves or prefers the phrase "chaz it up" compared to the Japanese Manjome Thunder.
I honestly, I think it depends on which you watch first. It's one of those.
Honestly,
things.
I was more of a person who chazzed it up, but then they released the recent new Arm Dragon stuff, which is a full-on reference to his catchphrases in Japanese.
That does sound pretty good.
Because literally, its abilities are based on its attack points being 1, 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
I will say, one of the things that aged unintentionally well for the wrong reasons. The Society of Light arc and some things they say.
This area is only for whites.
White power.
You know, for a white, you're not half bad.
God, how did they get away? How did 4Kids get away with that?
I don't know, but
I don't know.
the funny thing is, I didn't think anything of that when I was first watching it. It just sounded
Because in the
perfectly
sub,
natural.
okay, in the sub, it was called a blizzard.
Which is understandable and why Alexis had all the ice cards.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
Like it was like you're gonna get frosted over. That was they replaced you get frosted over with white power.
Oh, that actually that explains Arm Dragon level 10 white.
Yep. 4Kids dub made that sound really bad.
They really did. Although another crazy dub change. The duel where Zane turns into Dark Zane. The duelist he faces sounds like this menacing guy in the Japanese.
He sounds like a fucking baby.
But in the English, my mommy said I could do this, so I sub.
What was their line of reasoning on that one?
I
The
don't
fact
know.
that they got a 14-year-old to do that dub too.
But
No.
it's fucking hilarious looking back. You know, 4Kids was probably just like, even for us, this is too much, but it's also so over the top. I think people would love it.
The fact that 4Kids made a thing that the JP side of things made, like, that shit is metal. the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, Shadow Realm.
Shadow
Even though-
Realm somehow more intimidating than just saying hell.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, because in the JP, when people were quote unquote sent to the Shadow Realm, they were assumed just flat out dead.
And not just, tortured in a void for the rest of their life.
Which
Can you
is
say-
far
Can
worse.
you say like Aster Phoenix's father situation in the dub?
Yeah, that
Because in the sub he was kidnapped.
but in the dub,
Yeah.
wasn't he just killed?
No. In the dub he was kidnapped. In the sub he was killed off, and there was blood everywhere on the floor. But the way that the dub made it sound like, it was a lot worse fate than being killed off.
Oh yeah. It really did.
I will. Okay, I know we were talking about the divisions of GX and DM. I just gotta say, I will never forget. Was it 4Kids that did 5Ds too?
Yes.
Yeah, they did 5
I will never forgive 4Kids for how they completely, because of how they are, they had to remove the entire arc of Jack Atlas going to fucking hell to get Red Nova Dragon.
Excuse me, fucking what?
Yeah, that's how he
Yep.
got Red Nova Dragon. He in the 4Kids dub, he just randomly.
Okay. I'm sorry. I watched Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's subbed up to the end of the first major shadow arc. What the fuck do you mean that's a thing that happened?
Yeah. Yeah, Red Nova Dragon is basically a culmination of the Earthbound Immortals.
What the fuck?
Basically, he made a deal, or he basically took a demonic pact to get Red Nova Dragon.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Sounds
What?
fucking crazy when you're not caught up.
Yeah, Red Nova in the Japanese version is the Crimson Devil and the strongest of the Earthbound Immortals. And that's basically what Red Nova Dragon is.
What the fuck?
But because oh, we can't have hell in our children's card game anime. He just randomly spawns Red Nova Dragon in the middle of his duel against the Norse gods.
How many episodes did 4Kids even do for 5Ds?
They skipped out on the last season.
Yeah, it's the same thing as GX. They just entirely skipped the last season and went on to Zexal.
They did so much good with Zexal because they completed the whole entire series.
Yeah.
And then for Arc V, they did the whole entire series too. They're not behind the sub 4 reigns.
Yeah, because 4Kids was disbanded after that.
Yeah.
How do we feel about 4Kids? Because I still think they did more good than harm.
They got us anime over here into the States at a time when that was still pretty people were still pretty wary about that. Looking back on it, it's like funny to see all the dubisms and the things that they had to change to get it past censors. But
it is still incredibly wild that they did One Piece, because it must have cost them so much to censor so many different things.
The fact is with One Piece, Oda references the dub, the 4Kids dub in a chapter, because Sanji picked up a lollipop and went, "What am I holding this for?" So Oda made a joke about it, and the lollipop thing is actually canon now.
I just remember one of the censorship changes is some guy holding a gun to a kid's head. But the censorship change is he's holding a shoe that would launch itself at him. I don't know.
It's like some
There's a modified shoe gun, BB gun hybrid that shoots out a part of a steel-toed boot.
You will never get me to hate the 4Kids One Piece opening, though. That shit is catchy as fuck.
It was pretty catchy. I will say, my only gripe nowadays is I feel like people want to use the excuses of the dubisms of before to excuse the localizations of today.
No. What 4Kids did back then was a necessary evil in order to get it over here. We don't need that necessary evil anymore.
Yeah. I personally, that's just how I feel about it. I feel people are still stuck in the minds of, oh, well, we didn't complain about the jelly donuts
because we didn't know better. It's like that's like my parents saying, "Oh, I didn't have an expiration date back then. It's fine. You didn't know better."
No. Okay. Let me finish this. It's like we didn't laugh at the jelly donuts or the invisible gun, or we laugh at them now. They're full on memes. So that excuses any changes we make to try to make comedy in modern stuff, even when it's not funny.
Yeah. It is kind of crazy. Speaking of the invisible gun thing, I remember one of apparently the changes they made of how Bandit Keith goes out in the manga is he holds a gun to Pegasus's head, and Pegasus uses the Millennium Eye to fuck with his mind or hand. I'm not sure if it's an illusion or not, but he basically has his hand go up to Keith's head, and his hand transforms into a gun, and he shoots himself.
That sounds about right. Didn't he get just down a trap door in the dub?
Yeah, he does, but in the sub he goes. He does shoot himself.
He doesn't even die in dub or sub because he shows up later for the Merrick saga.
Yeah.
I still find that funny because I recently watched the Joey versus Bandit Keith duel, and when Bandit Keith falls, he's like, ah, ah, splash, ouch, just casually falls down hundreds of feet into the water, and your response is, ouch.
I'm okay. No, that's just to make sure people know he's okay. He's not dying in our children's card game.
4Kids was weird to say the least. They did some necessary changes for Yu-Gi-Oh, which I will say, looking back, Yu-Gi-Oh was definitely more teen focused in the Japanese. But at the same time, if you change some stuff, you could definitely make it for kids. I will say, I'm definitely glad as a kid they changed Merrick's backstory and excluded the fact that he stabbed his father to death.
Yeah, and almost killed Odin.
Or they actually made it worse in the manga, where they show you his father screaming as Merrick literally peeled the skin off his flesh using the Millennium Rod. Manga Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really fucking dark.
Yeah, like, I remember specifically seeing the Odeon backstory, just seeing the scar that Odeon carves on himself dripping with blood.
Oh, yeah. In the English, it's just there, but in the sub, no, it's there along.
No, I was talking about the manga, but like, yeah, like I remember specifically that scene, and it's like, oh fuck.
You know, I'm still shocked that even for 4Kids, they got away with Kaiba threatening to off himself in that duel.
Oh yeah,
that is shocking. That got by the censors.
From what I understand, they wanted it to be a lot more darker in the censor.
I'm not sure how much more censored you can get. Like, if it will forever live in my brain that Kaiba goes, surrender, Yugi, and then he like puts a thumb across his neck going, unless you have the courage to unleash your attack. I'm just like, what? That sticks in my memory even as a kid.
Maybe they wanted to censor the scene where he's like seeing Mokuba being dragged into the decaying ultimate dragon.
Oh yeah, that. I didn't think much of that as a kid, but when I rewatched that scene, I'm like, this is actually really psychologically dark. Damn.
Oh yeah, I remember like the difference between the like season 0 first Shadow game and the manga Shadow game. It's actually interesting, like, depending on if you see actual death or like a mindfuck or an actual mindfuck as worse. Where in the anime he falls to his death to a shadowy monster, but or because he lost a game involving picking cards. But in the manga, they play a game where they have to stab bills and keep as many bills as they can stab that are stacked on top of their hand without stabbing their hand. He tries to kill Yugi with the knife instead, and then now he sees garbage and leaves as like hundreds of bills.
And he's just forever.
He's forever fucked. Yeah.
Season 0 Yami Yugi was a fucking beast.
And it all, like, the reason why he was so tame in the original, like in the end, well, let's just say he gets a kiss from like during the transition between the two series, Kea kisses him.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that.
It is still funny to me because even back then, Yamayuki never used his power for, like, abuse. He only used it when it's like, oh, you're gonna do something to threaten to kill me? I don't think so. And it's just like, you've unlocked my hidden sadism. Get fucked.
My favorite scene from season 0 is always going to be the one at the restaurant.
Yes, yes, with the alcohol. Fucking
the alcohol,
love that.
The lighter on the hand.
Because I'm like, that's so fucking brilliant.
It's so fucking badass.
Yes.
Butterfingers.
And the guy tries to, like, cheat, of course. And it's like, you want to cheat? No. Get on fire.
Yeah, get on fire anyways.
Well, he didn't actually catch on fire in he thought he did. Except in the manga. In the manga, he actually catches fire.
Oh, yeah.
I still remember another one where they're doing a shadow game where this guy is trying to take, like, some important watch or something, and they have to reach for it, grabbing it with, like, a pendulum with a scythe attached to it. And the guy tries to cheat and gets his hand chopped off. Shadi was an enemy in his first appearance. Oh yeah, I remember that.
It was actually recently with last month when Little Kuribo was doing a, like, 12 days of Christmas thing with Yamayugi, telling about his
I remember that.
favorite murders. The one where a shoe salesman is conning people, where he sells them shoes and then they get mugged for the shoes, then he gets those shoes back. And then he has to, or they try to do the similar thing with the first Shadow game, where you reach into the shoe and grab as many gold coins as you can, but there's a scorpion inside, and try not to get stung by the scorpion. And he tries to stab the shoe, thinking that he killed the scorpion, but he reaches too far down there, can't get out, and the scorpion ends up killing him.
Damn. Mokuba was also an enemy in seasons. Yeah, I remember that. Mokuba was a fucking little gremlin.
The fucking capsule game, I'm pretty sure he is what he did.
Mokuba was basically the equivalent of Weevil.
I remember when Little Kuribo did, like, season 0 abridged with good guy Kaiba, and then at the very end it has Mokuba as the actual evil villain. And it's like, shut up, Seto.
That does sound funny. Mokuba tried to kill Yugi and Joey with a Russian roulette of poison food. What the fuck?
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, I do remember that, actually.
Also, I am sorry. I will always call Joey. I know it's Jonichi. But I'm just like, I am used to calling it Joey. Though, funny enough, I think it's because his name's much longer in Japanese, because I can go with Taya or Anzu.
Is that a Honda? No, his name's Tristan.
That is funny. In a few hours, the sun will rise. What does that mean? I don't know, but it's true.
But it's true. But it's, yeah, I'm always gonna be more like Joey, Taya, and Tristan, even though I can be okay with Anzu or Honda. Jonichi is the one who's like,
it's a little bit. I'm used to saying Joey.
To say. Yeah.
And it's also a little harder to say, so I'm just like, I'm gonna just call him Joey.
A lot of people in Japan call him Joey too. So.
Oh.
Yeah. Now the one that I'm more than likely going to say their Japanese name than their dub name is Asuka. from GX.
You know what? I like both names. I can go with either or.
Alexis is nice, but I'm more attuned to calling her Asuka now. I can't call I don't call Jaden Judai.
Yeah, I just call him Jaden.
I won't lie, I do like Zane's name in the JP, Hell Kaiser.
Yeah, isn't it for the first part, isn't it just Kaiser?
Yeah.
I still like
I'm too
Zane,
used to calling
the name
him Zane.
Zane has some power to it, I swear.
Yeah. It there are some names where it's like you can definitely see what they're trying to convey with it, and Zane is one of those.
I still find it funny that Dark Zane basically trades out his Cyber Dragons for what in the anime is a more powerful deck. In reality, his deck gets worse. So much worse.
Like if you're talking about the original,
yeah, original.
Like Don, I don't think you understand. That pack that introduced the Cyberdarks is quite literally considered the worst pack in Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game history.
I thought it would be the Neos deck, because that...
No, not talking about, like, archetypes. Talking about pure card value. I don't think any card in that pack, Cyberdark Impact, was, like, had any value whatsoever. I need to check, but...
Yeah,
like,
compared to Cyber Dragons, which...
Like, people considered that one of the worst packs in all of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Though, honestly, what is a bigger downgrade for the characters? Going from Cyber Dragons to Cyber Dark Dragon, or Jaden going from Elemental Hero to Neos? Because in the anime, Neos looks fucking awesome. You tried to play a Neos deck back then. You are suffering, my friend.
The issue is that...
Depends on what kind of system you were running.
Well, Neos now is good. They have something for it now, but back then, Neos... It was
the
rough.
moment he had the moment Jaden had Chrysalis in his deck was when he hit rock bottom.
I remember Yu-Gi-Oh! Tag Force, and I'm like reading like what the Chrysalis does and such, and I'm like, how am I
They
supposed
are
to use
absolute
this?
trash, like absolute garbage. No, like there is no way to put them in the deck in a functioning deck.
Yeah, I'm just like, why would I use this compared to other things? And it's like funny because it's like I remember in Tag Force, some of the Chrysalis cards were like Chrysalis support cards were rarity, and I'm like, how do I use this? I'm like,
that's the neat part. You don't.
But I always loved using Elemental Hero in the games I played.
Same here, actually.
The times I tried to use Neos, I'm like, I can kind of make this work, but I'm losing a lot more duels compared to using Elemental Heroes.
Honest, when I had like the World Championship game where it was up to a certain point in GX, E-Heroes were the deck that I constantly used to just grind.
Yeah. You know, another deck, I'm now thinking of the Eternal Duelist Soul, my first Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. I don't know how it was considered in reality, but damn, were Toon Monsters strong in that game.
They were pretty garbage at the beginning.
They still kind of are.
Yeah, their entire thing relies on if you get Toon Kingdom on the field or not.
Yeah, basically.
Well, no, I'm talking about like the new field spell, not Toon World.
Oh.
Like, the actual Toon Kingdom field spell that acts as Toon World.
Uh,
But
speaking of which, Bandai, when are you gonna release another Yu-Gi-Oh collection? It's been a while. I'm waiting for my
what are you
Tag Force
talking about?
collection. I'm waiting for
What are
the
you talking about?
collection that includes Falsebound Kingdom.
You're not having fun paying $50 for the early days collection.
Honestly, the only reason I would want that is to stream Reshift of Destruction.
Actually, that was released a little less than a year ago, so
Yeah, still waiting. Still waiting for the collection people actually want.
like the 3D games.
Yup. I heard Duelist of the Roses was really good.
People were like, I know a lot of people who, and myself included, if Duelist of the Roses was included in the early day collection, it would actually be worth the price.
That sounds about right. I probably would have gotten it for that, because the thing is, with the early days collection, it's... The only really standout one is Reshift of Destruction, just for how hard and unique that game was.
Well, yeah, it's got Eternal Duelist Soul, Reshift of Destruction,
I
World
think it also has the
Championship.
Game Boy Color Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Well, yeah, World Championship 2004, Trials to Glory, aka Championship 2005. There's also the Dungeon Dice Monsters game, which is probably the only reason I would have any interest in it, because I actually had that for the Game Boy Advance.
Or maybe they're saving the next Yu-Gi-Oh collection for GX. What was the name of the GBA Yu-Gi-Oh GX game? Because
it was one of the World Championship games.
Yu-Gi-Oh GX GBA. Yeah, I think No. That there was one that was just called Yu-Gi-Oh GX Duel Academy.
Oh yeah.
And Yu-Gi-Oh Ultimate Masters World Championship Tournament 2006.
Ultimate Master, I think that's the one that I had.
Man, though. I remember Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Duel Academy. That takes me back to my emulating days.
You're fine, King Oberon. Don's feeling a lot better after letting it all out.
Yeah, I basically let everything out in like the first 40 to 50 minutes.
We still appreciate the support.
Yeah. Thank you very much, King Oberon. Means a lot.
It's funny because you wouldn't say that to the actual King Oberon, but this one.
Yeah, there's a difference. FGO Oberon. Oh, you're Bond 13 or Bond 14 and you give me the quartz? Thanks. Get back in the mines. Get back in the grinding mines.
Hey, the thing is, he's going to be retired for he's like in 2 years in A.
Why would he be retired?
Yeah, Mitsu Blue Eyes is constantly in and out of the meta. Oh yeah, FGO fan. Yeah. What? Look at Don's background.
Yes, it's literally my room from FGO. And look at my model. It screams Sakura everywhere. I think a Blue Eyes deck won a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. That would be amazing if that actually happened.
It probably did at some point when it was a lot more higher in the meta. It's one of the reasons why I dislike it, because it keeps getting support that keeps putting it up top while other legacy decks kind of get shit on.
Hey, I'll say this. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, the best deck right now is a Red Eyes deck.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah, and you got it for free.
Oh, that's cool.
And you go on online play, that deck is actually built to be we're 100%
is it a Meteor Burst OTK or
Tamamo no Mae is my favorite servant, along with
It's
Nero.
I don't know, like it's a like you have like it has a dark magician and
Oh, fucking Dragoon.
Yep. But have that in like Duel Links with the skill that actually makes you.
Okay, but okay, so it uses Dragoon, but is the deck itself like mostly Red Eye support, and not just Dark Magician support with Red Eyes in it?
All right,
Red Eyes,
I need to use the
Archfiend,
restroom, and this is the perfect time while you guys are using.
There's only one like Dark Magician card in it.
Be right back.
Okay, that's my biggest thing. Is like if it's an actual Red Eyes themed deck and not just like mostly Dark Magician with some Red Eyes stuff for Dragoon, then that makes me feel a lot better because Red Eyes in the TCG just need so much more support.
I'll actually open Duel Links right now to look at the deck.
Dark World player, I miss like when Grapha first released. Like that shit was one of my favorite decks to play. Was Dark World Grapha.
Okay, that's thing down.
And now I'm doing Cold Fusion with DDD. Still waiting for them to reveal more of those frame break cards. Want to see my last bit of support for Galaxy Eyes?
Okay, so I'm gonna look at the deck.
What up?
Now it's all complicated, so I just rock Galaxy Eyes. Ah, Len
Wait.
would probably like you then.
Wait. Who said that? Who said that?
Okay. The best.
I
Yo!
What did you say?
Okay, Lane.
I said, I was basically saying I'm waiting for my frame break cards because I'm wanting to see my last piece of Galaxy Eyes support, and I was looking away from chat, and then you read that. I'm like, wait, who said Galaxy Eyes? Yo!
One of the best cards in this deck is called Media Black Comet Dragon.
Oh yeah, the OTK machine.
Yep. And then Red Eye / Dragon is actually freaking phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I was thinking about this, because I'm sure many of us actually did it. When you first discovered emulation, did that not feel magical, and you were just like overwhelmed by the choices you had?
No, I was more overwhelmed by like the thought process of how to set this up, and then Emmy taught me how easy it actually is. I'm like, holy shit!
Wait, did you never do emulation when you were younger?
No.
Oh my gosh, you played legit.
I played legit. Yeah.
I discovered emulation when I was like 13, and I'm like, I can play any Super Nintendo game. I can play any GBA game. I can play a lot of old games. Yay!
Nah, back then, like, I had the absolutist thing of, like, that is actual piracy. Now I'm a lot more lenient on, like, older games.
Back then, I was back then I was a kid. Honor, it's like, nah, it's fine. Should be fine. My stance on emulation now is older games fine. Newer games not so much. Oh yeah. Speaking of games, apparently Sony has said they'll have to extend the lifespan of the PS5, and they said that almost like regrettably we'll have to do that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? The good PS5 games just started coming out. I swear, outside of Nintendo, third party carried this generation. Now you did get some crumbs with Lane's little God of War stuff or Whatever. God damn it! You
Wait,
didn't take
what?
what?
What was it?
I said, you do get you do you do get some crumbs with like Lane's little God of War stuff or whatever.
And that's supposed to offend me?
I thought you would take the bait, just being like, wait, why are you insulting God of War like that?
Why would I be offended by that?
Cause you love the game.
Yeah.
It is not easy to bait you, you know that?
Yeah, I know.
Meanwhile, it's the fucking opposite with me, and I hate it. My boyfriend even points that shit out. Then again, sometimes I can't tell if they're baiting me or being legit. And sometimes people can't even tell that either.
That's what makes him special.
Yup. Bro, I discovered emulation like a week ago. Oh, wow. So Sony is being cringe, nothing new.
Because I want to play Spartan Total War. Yeah, I didn't really do any emulation. Like up until again, Emmy taught me how to actually get emulators running on my computer.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Some of them are a little more complicated. Like, I know, for example, like, Game Boy Advance, that's super easy. Did you play Chaos Zero Nightmare? Why does that name sound familiar?
I'm gonna look it up.
Is that a Yu-Gi-Oh deck? It sounds like a deck.
No, it is a video game.
Oh yeah, I think it's a visual novel.
It's a mobile game.
Ah, okay.
God damn! I pissed someone off on
turn-based card action game.
Okay, Noir, what did you do?
Don't worry about it.
That makes me worry about it even more.
That makes me worry about it.
I just made an argument. I caused an argument between, like, in a fake Grand Order subreddit.
The fuck did you do?
Oh no.
I just mentioned Anastasia.
You just what?
Mentioned Anastasia in a fake Grand Order server.
Subreddit, yeah.
Huh.
They were just debating on who's a better looking fake Grand Order. I brought up Anastasia. I don't know how the hell that pissed off people.
Oh. Oh wow, this is a video I'll have to watch later.
Do people not like Anastasia?
Looking back at PS4, and it's over an hour long.
Do people not like Anastasia, Nor?
Apparently not.
I don't know how.
Okay. Dotto uploaded something. Please, fighters, I need this. And it's Jiren holding a pink square.
Yeah, he keeps wanting his pink square because he keeps losing it.
I've been enjoying myself in Arknight's Enfield. I am avoiding that game because it's a gacha, and too much gacha is bad for you.
And there's like a 3-hour tutorial, and then you go to another tutorial after that.
I mean, to be fair, that's every gacha game. Every gacha game is flooded with tutorials at the start.
Yeah, but this one is a lot worse.
I've heard the game's great, though.
Don.
Yeah?
Have you heard of the new Compile Heart game that's coming out?
Yeah, I think they're also crossing over with some other dev team.
Some former Atlas devs.
Yeah, that does sound familiar.
Called Villian Code.
Yeah. Also, Some Call Me Johnny did a review on Spyro 3, and he's just like, I think after playing all the games, I can say I view the franchise the same as Kirby, which for him it's like it's fine, but it's nothing he like wants to go back to. It is funny because the next Spyro game he's planning to review, not immediately, but when he goes back to the series, is Enter the Dragonfly. Which, fun fact, I actually played. That was actually my first Spyro game I ever played.
I don't know if it was Enter the Dragon or my first Spyro game was a Game Boy or Game Boy Advance game. I just don't remember which one. I just remember getting constantly stuck because of the isometric design of it.
Yeah, isometric viewpoints. Gotta be careful with those.
Well, not just that, it's like isometric viewpoints and like you're trying to or like glide everywhere and glide to certain places.
I sound like Roger from American Dad. Wait, me? Or Lane or Noir?
I believe they were talking to you. You know, if you turned up the more stereotypical gay accent, then I could definitely hear it.
That's still kind of saying I sound feminine in a way, so I guess I'm gonna take that.
Oh yeah, there was another poll that I saw and commented on. People voting on the most overrated Danganronpa character.
Oh no.
It was between these three: Nagito, Kokichi, and Celeste.
Celeste is considered overrated?
Yeah. In fact, she won that poll of most overrated character by 60%. Nagito was 23
I always
and
found
Kokichi
Celeste
is 18.
like good, but nothing crazy.
Well, no, like that's the thing though, is that people love to push Celeste like art-wise and aesthetic-wise, and people like praising her. But I think that's why a lot of people say that she's overrated, is because she gets so much praise despite, you know.
I mean, her design is fire, but her character is just it's good, not bad. Could have been amazing if they didn't make her look like an absolute idiot in Trial 3.
I mean, yeah, I even said so. Someone say, hard pill to swallow. Celestia is the most overrated Danganronpa character ever. People refuse to acknowledge it.
The funny thing is, I think even Leon might have had a better plan than Celeste.
Well, no, Celeste had a good plan. She's just dog shit at executing it.
Yeah. And also made it really obvious. It's like, oh, Hiro was the one that did it, even though he was captured inside of a mech. And it's like, why would he look like that? 6 a.m., so I got a dip. Glad you are okay. Hope and pray that you only go through happy and amazing stuff, so stay strong. Aw, thank you. Really appreciate that, King Oberon.
Literally, the only thing she has going for her is her design. I remember playing her trial for the first time and going, this is what people went crazy over? Like, her motivation is trash. The false allegation plot point was just disgusting. And her breakdown was boring.
What do we think was a worse Trial 3? Mikan's or Celeste? I still...
It's actually... They're... People hate their like the chapter 3s for their own personal reasons. I hate chapter 1 of DR1 because I hate predictable plot lines. Chapter 2, I at least like did not see Mikon coming.
No,
For
you mean
DR2
chapter 3.
or chapter 3 of DR2, sorry. Chapter 3 of DR2, I did not see Mikon coming, but it was still the entire chapter also had the issue of contrived motivation and like entire or plot point as well as wasted characters. I think overall DR2's chapter 3 is worse. And then you have V3's chapter 3 which had Korakiyo.
Yeah, that
Which
one is...
it-
The funny thing is, I... Actually, no, chapter 3 was obvious as fuck for DRV3.
Well, no, that's the thing. V3, I give it slight benefit of the doubt because, like, again, I hate it when a mystery is solved before the mystery is even started. I knew it from the moment that Celeste appeared in chapter 3. I'm like, she did it.
She did
And
it.
then when she showed when the pictures were shown, it's like, she did it. He's helping. It's like, do people not know how these characters are? They're literally living with them. But for V3, it's like, oh, Angie was killed. Okay, this is actually an interesting mystery. Who killed her? Like, what's going on? And then when the seance started, it's like, oh, it's just Kyo. It's just Korakiyo.
Yeah.
It's like it at least had some buildup of like, oh, might actually be like an interesting mystery, and then it fumbled like midway through.
It fumbled just like Kokichi goes, "It's a lie!"
Yep.
And then proceeds to be quite dizzy until he recovers. I will say, I like that attention to detail that he hit his head and he's not his usual self, and he's just like, I'm gonna go for now.
Some people are saying we're having a little bit of stream connection issues.
Oh.
Keeps freezing up and parsing.
Anyone else having connection issues?
Yeah, looked at
Because connection's perfectly fine on from what I see here.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of the reasons I still hate Korakiyo for like basically having to go through all of that. My personal thing just is like I hate mysteries that are solved before they even began. That is a personal vendetta, and that's one of the and it ruined
I hate
character that
Korakiyo because even for freaky characters, it's like, I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting his motivation to be tied to like some really bloody fucked up shit. But
Yeah.
it's just like, oh, tied to my sister, and I'm like, come again?
If you insist. He
It's
would
like
be the
that
one to say
came
that, yes.
out of nowhere, where it's like, I think I would have been better just seeing that he's a psychopath full on. Korakiyo was
Yeah.
kind of creepy. His entire character was creepy.
Now, it was barely concealed cultist, yeah. But yeah, if I had to say like worst quality overall, like based on every aspect, DR2 Chapter 3 was the worst chapter in the entire series.
Hard disagree. For chapter 3s, I would definitely say Celeste was the worst, because even someone dumb like me was like, yeah, she did it.
Well, no, I'm talking not just the case. I'm not talking just the murder. I'm talking about the entirety of the chapter. Like despair disease. As well as killing off characters that were going to have potential, but then immediately died, so we never got that.
It makes more sense in context later on, but my biggest reason why I dislike DR1s is it was a complete assassination to Celeste's intelligence, because
honestly, yeah, agree.
We had seen many times, she could be pretty damn smart.
Yeah, You know what? That is fair. And also a character assassination to everyone else's intelligence because they look at a giant anime robot and don't think, maybe this was created by the one guy who is obsessed with anime.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, nothing was lost when, that guy died. If anything, he was kind of offensive to NEETs and otakus everywhere, so I was glad when he died.
Oh yeah, no one, like... There are better, like, anime reference characters going forward in Danganronpa.
Tsumugi!
Tsumugi, don't ever tell Maniac I said this, but Darumi and 100 Line.
In DR3, there was Celeste, Quit, Haka.
Yeah, it was, that is another thing with, 3, is that, or not 3, with Chapter 3 of DR1, killing off Taka as he was, like, trying to still cope.
Yep.
Who the hell was the other guy?
Okay, I'm gonna ask a hard question, Lane. Which of the main 3 Danganronpas had the best Chapter 5?
Best. I want to instantly say 2.
Yeah, I kind of have to too, as well.
You kind of have to disqualify 1 because Chapter 5 was essentially part 1 of Chapter 6.
Yeah, but it was still damn good.
Yeah, it's decently good, but yeah, if you, as much as I loved like the back and forth of V3's Chapter 5, the psychoticness that is Nagito and the reveal of who the killer actually was,
it was fucking brilliant.
It was brilliant.
DR2 was one, like, it's always my favorite game of the series.
DR2 is all around my favorite Danganronpa game.
I would agree that way. It has really good elements within it, much more than the other games. Although there are some aspects I still like better in V3.
Danganronpa 1 has the best atmosphere. Danganronpa 2, best all around everything. Danganronpa 3, I would say
V3, yeah.
Danganronpa V3. I would say it has all around the most interesting characters. Maybe.
I'm about to say you are really attached to the cast of DR2. Do you really want to say that?
I'm trying to. I was trying to think of what.
I'm gonna say this. Okay, DR1 had the most notable cast of all of them, except for like that was memorable. Like not really like wait. Because
DR1's cast is iconic. I will agree there.
DR2 has the best story.
Yes.
And it has one of the best overall cast around. Like
I would agree with that.
Every single character was amazing. DRV3 has arguably one of the most attractive characters in the game franchise.
I was going to say DRV3 could have had the title of best all-around story, but then the ending.
I usually get flack for this, or I usually will get flack for this, and also this is disregarding UDG, which does have the best protagonist.
Yes, it does. It does.
I still think out of the 3 main games, Shuichi is the best protagonist.
I still think Hajime is the best protagonist.
I like Hajime
of the main games.
No, I like Hajime, but the more like I don't know, maybe it's because I have a bias because of Kaito and Maki. The more Shuichi hung out with them and started like bonding with them, the more I'm like, I really, really like Shuichi.
I wanted to like Kaito, but there's being a nice guy and then there's being a fucking dumbass.
Why the hell did they ruin Kaede?
What are you talking about? They did not ruin Kaede in any way.
They set her up like with promotional like stuff before the game was launched, as a main
Okay,
character.
I will agree. Kaede would have been better. She absolutely would have been better. Sorry, Shuichi.
I was
Kind of
hoping
gotten
to.
to Danganronpa so far. I started in V3, then I watched the anime.
The anime's decent. From what I heard, the Danganronpa 1 anime is decent. It's a decent
Yeah.
adaptation.
I won't lie. I did get introduced to Danganronpa through the anime abridged thing.
I didn't get introduced to that till much later.
No, that's how I found out that Danganronpa existed. Then I saw like the actual video games in the GameStop for Vita, and I happened to have a Vita, so
Yeah, for my Vita was a Danganronpa machine. And
yeah,
Persona.
that is basically what I that's where that's the thing. That Vita shaped a lot of me because that's where I first played Persona 4 Golden. That's my first Persona game, and the Danganronpa games.
Vita was awesome. It had so many good anime games.
But
And so many RPGs. So many RPGs.
yeah, Shuichi, my favorite pro tag. I mean, I still love the characters. Otherwise, I would not have named my cat Maki.
Okay, can we get back to Kaito for a bit? Cause I tried to like him.
No, I like the endearing dumbass characters. You know this.
I like the endearing dumbass, but it's just like, dude, look around you. After like 3 murders, yet a little bit of doubt has got to start setting in. Come on.
I mean, he definitely had more doubt after chapter 4.
For the wrong reasons, I think.
Yeah, because Kokichi manipulates us.
Nah,
Well, technically, he manipulated everyone.
The thing I really didn't like about that is that
They killed off one of your favorite characters in that game.
Don't fucking remind me! I wasn't talking about that! Anyway...
Yeah, Mew's death was...
I was spoiled on Miyu's death before the game even came out!
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
I knew it was gonna happen, I just didn't have the context. But I remember, when I was playing
I accidentally
V3...
did that to you.
I remember when I was playing V3, and I saw the chairs, I'm like, oh, fuck, we're here.
The thing is, I accidentally told you that, like, that he dies in that way by, like, when we were playing Overwatch.
I don't remember that, but I do kind of remember being upset that you spoiled me on something, Danganronpa.
Yeah, I also
And wasn't it that you saw that, like, the picture of her dead, and then, or, like, during, like, a Google search?
Yes. And that's when I'm like, fucking hell, I wasn't even searching for V3!
Yes, harder in my ear.
I am far away from that keyboard.
I was like...
Oh, yes, Leg, you love that keyboard, SMAR.
I was a sentence away from saying daddy.
If you had said that, you would have been a clip.
Turn on. Okay,
I can feel the keyboard.
Look at
That's like MP3. Listen to the music.
Okay,
MP4.
how does this sound? Could you hear that?
I heard like one click right before you finished, and that's it. Now, here, can you hear this?
Nope.
Yeah, that was me, like, furiously type. I fucked up my aspect ratio because of that.
You were about. I swear, you were.
Yes, harder.
The thing is, I'm not even pressing on the match.
That is not what it sounds like. You sound like angry typing.
Oh yeah, I have like the game I have in my Vita right now is Final Fantasy like 10,
I'm shocked.
but it no longer turns on.
Let me guess, you played it too much?
I overplayed my Vita. This is the same. This is the console that I broke, like Hyperdimension on.
Bruh.
God, I will never forget that. Like, I messaged you on Facebook like, I think I did something wrong, and you're like, what?
That was when I knew to never let you touch a Disgaea game. Despite me saying that, you actually got into Disgaea.
Yeah, I never played the games that much, so I had to figure out how to break the game.
To be fair, it's not hard. This is always what my emotional support streams devolves into later. Just pure shitposting chaos.
Hey, but we love it.
Yeah.
It makes you feel better.
Yeah, you feel a lot better.
Yeah, I do. I do feel a lot better after letting all of that out. Still feel bad that I feel that way towards my family in general, but it's how I feel.
Pet.
Yeah. The funny thing is, if you were actually headbanging me now, you'd have to take off my headphones first. By the way, do you use a big thing of headphones or just a little, like,
For my PC, I use big headphones.
Yeah, I've always used big headphones. It's the most comfortable.
My thing doesn't have a built-in Bluetooth connector, so unless I have like a USB AirPods, that's not gonna happen.
Am I feeling better? Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I think I got everything out of my system. I will ask, Lane, did you suspect that I would, that I was holding my emotions back a bit last stream?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah. I tried to be mature. I need to stop appearing mature. And just accept, I am an emotional mess. And that I desperately need therapy. Either that or... I swear, when I live with you, there might come a point where I rant about the same things related to my family too much, and you're just gonna hug me and just be like, just scream, let it out. Don't have to say anything. Just cry, because I've heard the same story multiple times by now. I doubt you would be like that, but I always feel like I kind of have a repeat behavior with this over time, and I feel like it can annoy people. That said, I will say it did mean a lot when you first heard me when I was starting stream, and I could hear the strain in your voice as a reaction to how I was feeling.
I can't remember how to do this thing.
I wish I could give you a hug because you earn it. I wish I could give many people a hug.
Holy shit! I have a 32 gigabyte memory card on my Vita.
That is really small, actually. I think I still have like 108. I bought one of those 108 gigabytes for my Vita.
I don't know where
actually,
my
no,
Vita is anymore.
Actually, wait. I don't think that was a choice. Was it a choice? Either have the 64 gig or 100 gig or something close to that, I swear. I feel like throwing shade, so I'm gonna. Super Mario Galaxy is overrated compared to 3D World. Nah, but seriously, I never got the hype for Super Mario Galaxy. I played it, I beat it, and I'm like, not really that impressed.
Just fucking that keyboard over there.
I hear that
Not
in my
even-
ears.
It's not even that. Like, I'm not even pressing the keys that much.
Hey, Noir, why don't you go to my YouTube stream and rewind a bit to hear how loud that shit is?
Please do that.
Yeah, do
we
it.
need to hear
Do
your
it.
reaction.
I want to hear your reaction. Do it right now. Do it!
Gotta open up YouTube.
Yes. Just rewind a little bit. And that's what we're hearing constantly. You know, I am still surprised that Honkai Star Rail has not announced a live stream for the next patch.
It'll probably be soon because it'll probably be next week because we got the ZZZ stuff going on
Tomorrow night.
this week. Yeah.
I still can't believe that Walmart leaked that Metroid Prime 2 is coming to the Switch 2 soon.
I know. It's also weird because they also leaked that the original Pikmin 2 is there. I'm like, oh, so there might be chances that games that already got remastered are going to still be there, which is nice.
Yeah. I can see why I can see why they didn't put the original Metroid Prime on there, because it's just like, well, why would I do that? It's like, why would I buy the remastered version? I got this one right here. I swear, when I saw that news, I was tempted to make like an edit of like that Family Guy clip where everyone's like, "It's back! It's back! This is what we trained for."
Oh, the McRib commercial.
And I would have Dark Samus battle theme in the background. I am so thankful that clip does not have any music for the McRib. Did people really love the McRib that much? I don't think I ever had it.
I'm unsure myself.
That's how I felt about their chicken strips coming back, though.
Nothing else matters.
People always use that meme specifically for when something returns, right? Or do they just use it for something
Holy
they're...
shit, that's what you guys hear?
Yep.
Yes.
God, I never realized.
This is what we hear every time you're just fucking your keyboard like that.
Yep.
Why do you think I said harder?
Huh.
can hear that Noir's trying to lower the volume for how they press the keys now.
How far away do I? Wait, let me check something real quick.
I think the reason they don't hear my keyboard is because I actually have to lean forward for that. I'm always leaning back with my mic. Uh, uh. Man, remember
Okay.
when I said to you in DM lane that this would most likely be a short stream?
Liar.
So that was a fucking lie.
And if it was on the table.
In fairness, I was referring to how long my emotional outburst would last, and it was about on par, and then we kind of just divulged into nothing, which, funny enough, I think people like these kind of streams the most, where we're just talking whatever. I will ask, though, chat, do you like Persona 5 music in the background, or when there's just no background audio, period? Because I had the Persona 5 music muted, the entire time. Mostly because it doesn't really fit when I was crying.
And that is fair. You can probably find a, like, there should be like a widget where you can have like a playlist of lo-fi music to just scroll through.
Where people hear it specifically, or...
Where like you can play like various like playlists of music rather than just the one looping song.
For the individual, or just for everyone?
For everyone.
Oh, okay. Put the music back on. Oh, I see. I'm not enough, huh? I lowered the volume before, so I put it back up.
I have 4 Blue Eyes White Dragons, but I can't dismantle any of them. Fuck this thing.
Master Duel issues?
Yeah, Master Duel issues.
Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds like Master Duel issues.
I have fucking 2 Royal Blue Eyes Spirit Dragons, but I don't want either of them. I don't want to play Blue Eyes. I have Galaxy Eyes for that. And we're prepping for the 4-year anniversary of Master Duel. The fact that this service has been up for 4 years, though.
It's just saying that Duel Links just lasted 9 years.
Okay, Noir, I'm gonna tag you in something. I want to hear your reaction, but don't say anything about it. Let me just hear the reaction. Don't go into detail. If you're curious, Lane, check Rant, because I'm groaning internally.
I'm just like eyes rolling.
Yeah. Man. You know, I did have a funny conversation with, my parents when they last called, because, they've offered to let me go with them on their trips, and I had to, like, remind them, it's like, even if I wanted to go, I would have to sleep in the pull-out bed in your RV. And, that's uncomfortable. No thank you. Honestly, hotel pull-out beds are more comfortable than that. I had to sleep in that pull-out bed when our AC in the house wasn't working and we had to get it replaced. And I'm just like, this is probably one of the most uncomfortable things. Also, you know, kind of value my privacy.
So Don, how do you feel about ZZZ going all out on the Angels of Delusion?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Filter out more of the tourists.
I mean, like, they are even, like, going full-on merch with this kind of stuff before they're even released.
I think it's because they know that people have been waiting a long time for this.
It's also because they've been in the files for so long too. So
It's also because of what?
they've been
Good
also in the files.
Ah, yeah. It's like the equivalent of in Genshin when Ayaka was about to be released. People knew about Ayaka from the betas.
Yep.
I think Ayaka
Oh, yeah.
was like the last character that was in the beta. That they hadn't
The
released
base
yet at
beta,
the
yeah.
time.
She was the last character to be released from the base beta.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Speaking
Hello,
of Genshin,
welcome to stream. I've
how far are you? How far are you into the story? Oh shit!
caught up. The only thing I haven't completed are the individual character chronicles.
So you're caught up on the main story.
I am caught up on the main story, and Lane hasn't seen all of the story, but they did see all of Nodcry with me.
Yeah.
So did you get? Did you read the Traveler's new outfit?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I-
I've seen that.
I forget where that description was, but I saw someone post about that, and I definitely believe the theory that
It spoils who the AI is, and it also spoils who Paimon is.
yeah, there's a wild ongoing theory that Paimon is like part of like the AI of our ship.
Yep, the good side of it.
Yeah.
But if that's true, that means that AI program that's traveling with the travelers finally found her purpose,
Yep.
and in a most wholesome way too.
And it's also implied that basically the ship itself is the reason that Teyvat is not a dead planet to begin with.
Yep, because it planted a lot of like life into the planet. So it must have traveled there about, and also, it also holds the same like shape as the thing that Firefly is holding.
I think the craziest thing that further supports this theory is the description of the KFC wings you get for that collab. That literally goes into it literally supports that theory. Because it's basically talking about this one person that sounds like they're an AI. They sound very similar to what we just described. And it's just like fucking KFC collab wings is what supports this theory. What the fuck, Hoyoverse?
I'm just glad that if everything is true, Paimon's role as a guide is way more wholesome than you actually think now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I originally was for. I think even Lane was for the original theory that Paimon would be like the final bad guy we have to fight, and it's like, nah, I kind of don't want that now, cause that'd be fucking heartbreaking with, and wouldn't make sense with how much Paimon has risked for us.
Mhm.
But it's also a Hoyle game. What would be the most heartbreaking thing?
No, Lane has a
Probably,
point.
probably Paimon finding out that maybe they were originally like that, forgot, and now is fighting against the instincts to restrain the traveler or something. That'd be pretty heartbreaking. I am glad that that Lane has caught on to Hoyoverse. Every time they say something's gonna be wholesome, it's not. Never trust.
It's not.
Never trust them.
Look at Firefly's whole entire backstory. Like she's
Yeah.
also like she's supposed to be like the perfect girlfriend type. No, she only has like a year to live.
Or you can just look at the Honkai Star Rail's last story, which basically had Destiny saying, "Fuck you, Firefly." Even in a dream fantasy, you're not getting a happy ending.
It's just sad that she only has like a year to live in lore.
They'll find a way to extend it.
Yeah, that's what
Firefly.
that's actually what's okay. That's actually what Silverwolf is trying to do.
Yeah, I can believe. I love Silverwolf and Firefly's dynamic. They're like close
Yeah.
sisters to each other.
Silverwolf sleeps in the same room as Firefly does. That's where her streaming computer is. Inside of the same room as Firefly.
I can kind of believe that.
And the reason why she wants to keep an eye on her, she also doesn't want her to like short circuit or something.
I love it because Silverwolf has a little bit of attitude towards all the other Stellaron hunters, but she's a lot more gentle with Firefly, and I just love that. Me, every time Nikke makes a story, I have heard Nikke can get pretty dark.
Oh, Nikki's story is like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's fan service, but the story, like, Rappy needs a hug.
So, like Senran Kagura.
It's darker than Senran Kagura.
I would imagine so, but one of the first examples of how dark like Senran Kagura's story can get is Hikage's backstory. Like, damn. Also Hibari's, when you actually think about it. Want another Senran Kagura game that's not a gacha?
You gotta wait till Tencent gets their hands out of their pockets.
Well, fuck you, Sony. You took away my Senran Kagura.
It's Tencent, not Sony. Sony actually
Yeah,
wants another.
We were over this. Like, it was Tencent's fault.
Like Sony's been pushing Tencent to like actually release the licensing for Marvel,
Hmm.
just so one person and like Sony could actually have a Goonin game again.
One person at Sony can have a Goonin game.
And he's actually the main like person who does the game development. He's sick and tired of waiting for like Tencent and all those Chinese companies that go back a lot of these anime games.
It's funny. Does Tencent have any hold on Hoyoverse whatsoever?
Nope,
That explains a lot.
because they refuse to touch anything that has like ties with the Singapore government.
Isn't Singaporean government a lot more free? I think.
Yep. And since Hoyoverse like made a branch and like that's where Cognosphere is.
Right.
And then Canada has a like say in what goes on with like like a lot of Tencent stuff too. So that's how come, and Canada has a branch for the music, like that you hear in Sorel.
I'm back. How are you doing? A lot better than when the stream started, that's for sure.
It's wild to me that like 90% of the music in Honkai Impact 3rd, they know not Honkai Sorel, is made in Canada.
It is pretty wild. I think I'm starting to actually hit my limit, because I'm starting to get pretty hungry.
I'm a little hungry myself. I only ate when I woke up for my interview.
Yeah. And again, sorry Lane, I had to steal you away from Cass.
Nah, we said we were gonna play this weekend. I kind of stretched it when I overslept for my nap.
Didn't you say you slept 6 hours instead of 2?
Yeah.
Damn, that is not a nap. That is basically a full-on sleep at that point.
Oh, you're one to talk.
That's why I can talk! I could feel the don't you fucking dare lecture me. I hate how I say that. And as I said the word, don't you lecture, my mind jumps to, don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut, Goku dies!
Well, yes, that pounding in my ear, that sweet, sweet ASMR. Noir, now that you know the intensity of which your fingers bash the keys, or at least that's how your mic picks it up, maybe take some time to actually look at if your mic's like turned on one side that's very close to your keyboard.
You know where it is?
Where?
What?
On my face. I have a headset mic.
It's a headset mic? Oh.
And it's like 3 or 4 feet away from the keyboard.
Damn.
Well, fuck. I
This
think
thing
you
can
need like
pick
a
up-
software to like tweak the gain on your mic then. Or the noise gate.
The noise suppression thing on Discord actually worked, but you suppress my voice so much that you guys couldn't even hear it.
I mean, to be fair, I'd rather deal with ASMR typing and have Noir come out clearly.
Alright, so are we gonna
Yeah, I
take a
think
break
this is where
for now?
I think this is where we're gonna call it. And once again, everyone, thank you all so much for being here for this rather emotional outburst. I know I sound fine now, but I was definitely a wreck at the start of the stream. It's hard to concentrate because I'm hungry, damn it! But yeah, it really does mean a lot. And
Yeah.
I hope I got everything out. I would have liked to. I'm pretty sure I did. Though I am actually feeling dizzy from hunger. I need to end this.
Let's end it here. End it here. Get some food.
End it here, get some food. Alright. Everyone, thank you all so much for being here. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.